Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact, seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. The backseat was empty. I checked the rearview mirror again, blinked hard. The worn leather seat stretched vacant in the yellow glow of passing streetlights. No businessman, no pressed charcoal suit, just gone. My foot eased off the accelerator. The Crown Victoria's engine hummed lower, a tired growl that matched the pulse hammering in my ears. I'd only looked away for 3 seconds, maybe 4, to merge onto the highway. He'd been there, silent as always, hands folded in his lap. Now nothing. The pine air freshener swung from the mirror, tick-tock, tick-tock. Its chemical sweetness couldn't mask the smell creeping through the cab. Something stale and wrong, like old sweat trapped in closed spaces. But the suitcase remained. Black leather, expensive looking, sitting upright on the seat where he'd placed it. I hadn't heard a door open, hadn't felt the rush of cold November air. The child locks were still engaged. I never turned them off after midnight fares. My hands tightened on the wheel, slick. When had I started sweating? Behind me, Terminal 3 shrank into darkness, its fluorescent lights swallowed by distance. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No other headlights. No witnesses to whatever the hell just happened. I should pull over, call someone, but who? Michael would laugh, tell me I was working too many night shifts again. He was probably right. I was probably the suitcase. Moved, not much. Just a subtle shift, like something inside had rolled from one end to the other. The leather creased, then smoothed. And then I heard it, breathing, slow, rhythmic. The rise and fall of sleeping lungs muffled through expensive leather. Can you imagine that sound? That wet, living rhythm coming from luggage. I twisted in my seat, eyes locked on the case. The luggage tag dangled from its handle, spinning lazy circles in the air conditioning's breath. White cardstock, black ink. I leaned closer, squinting at the name printed there. Daniel Reeves, my name. But what I discovered in the side pocket would change everything. My mind raced back. 4 weeks earlier, before the suitcase, before everything, 2:47 in the morning, Terminal 3. I sat parked in the pickup zone, engine idling, watching fluorescent lights hum and flicker above empty pavement. The smell of burned rubber and jet fuel hung thick in the cold air. Monday nights were always dead after midnight. Just me and the occasional red-eye arrival. The arrival's board blinked. Chicago. On time. 3 minutes later he appeared. Charcoal suit. Black leather suitcase. Mid-40s maybe. Clean-shaven face that gave away nothing. He opened the back door without a word, slid into my cab like he'd done it 1,000 times before. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Where to? He didn't answer, just held up his phone, screen facing me. An address glowed in white text. Oak Street, downtown. Okay, I said. Silence settled between us like fog. I pulled away from the curb, tires whispering against wet asphalt. Rain had stopped an hour ago, but everything still glistened under streetlights. I tried again. Business trip, nothing. He stared out the window, hands folded in his lap. That's when I noticed it, a small scar on his left hand, pale, crescent-shaped, the kind that comes from something sharp. But what caught my attention wasn't the scar itself, it was how still he sat. No fidgeting, no phone scrolling, just waiting. The ride took 18 minutes. He paid cash, exact change, left without a word. I watched him disappear into a building I'd never remember the name of. Strange fare, I thought, nothing more, but the next Monday, 2:47 a.m., Terminal 3, Chicago flight. There he was again, same suit, same suitcase, same silence, and the Monday after that, and the Monday after that, always the same, always silent. Always that scar catching the dashboard light. I should have felt relieved, a guaranteed fare every week. Easy money. Instead, something cold settled in my chest, because routines are supposed to feel normal. This one felt like being watched. I called Michael at 3 in the morning. Daniel, his voice crackled with sleep and irritation. What's wrong? The phone felt cold against my ear, slick with sweat from my palm. That passenger I told you about, the Monday guy. I saw something on his phone screen. Okay, a yawn stretched through the line. My texts, Michael, private messages I sent you last week, word for word on his screen. The silence lasted too long. Then came the laugh, soft at first, building into something that made my stomach clench. Danny, come on. You probably just, I don't know, saw something similar and your brain filled in the rest. How many night shifts you working this week? I know what I saw. You're exhausted. You've been driving how many hours straight? 12, 14. The concern in his voice felt rehearsed, distant, like he was reading from a script titled How to Calm Your Paranoid Brother. This is different. Get some sleep. Seriously. When's the last time you took a day off? I opened my mouth, closed it. When was the last time? Yeah, Michael said, softer now. That's what I thought. Look, I've got an early meeting. We'll grab coffee this weekend, okay? The line went dead before I could answer. I sat in my taxi outside a darkened convenience store, engine ticking as it cooled. The streetlight above me buzzed, a steady, maddening hum that burrowed into my skull. My coffee had gone cold in the cup holder, a skin forming across the surface that caught the yellow light in oily swirls. Who else could I call? Who else was there? The truth settled like wet concrete in my chest. No one. There was no one else. I'd spent years perfecting the art of being alone, convincing myself it was safety, not isolation. Now I needed someone to believe me, and I'd built walls too high to climb. But what I'd seen on that screen would haunt me in ways I couldn't yet understand. I drove home as dawn bled gray across the skyline. My apartment building looked wrong in the early light, too sharp, too still, like a photograph of itself rather than the real thing. I parked in my usual spot and stared up at my fourth-floor window. The curtain hung exactly as I'd left it. Exactly. Inside my studio, everything smelled faintly of pine from the air freshener I kept by the door. I dropped my keys on the counter. They clattered too loud in the silence. The security camera. I'd installed it 6 months ago, one of those cheap models that sent alerts to my phone. Paranoia, Michael had called it. waste of money. But now I pulled up the app and scrolled back through the footage, watching my empty door from the hallway perspective. Hours of nothing, just the occasional neighbor passing by. Linda Ochoa shuffling past with her grocery bags. The usual, I made fresh coffee and kept scrolling. Day after day of recorded stillness. My door remained closed, locked, untouched. So why did my apartment feel different every time I came home? I watched that grainy feed for hours, barely blinking until my eyes burned and the screen blurred. The coffee went cold again. I didn't care. Somewhere between exhaustion and obsession, I'd stopped being able to tell the difference. Every pixel mattered now. Every shadow in the hallway held potential answers. Tuesday afternoon footage loaded on my phone. 4:17 p.m. The hallway empty. Then a figure stepped into frame, wearing my jacket, using my walk, unlocking my door with a key. The figure paused before entering and for just a moment, less than a second, turned toward the camera. My face stared back at me through the screen. But the expression was all wrong, the smile too wide. The head tilted at an angle I'd never use, and he waved, directly at the camera, at me watching, as if he'd known all along I'd be here, in this exact moment, discovering him. The timestamp read 4 days ago. For days I'd been living in an apartment someone else had been inside. Someone wearing my face. Someone who wanted me to know. I drove home as dawn bled gray through the windshield, my hands still trembling from watching that footage. My own face, my own smile. Wrong. The key turned in the lock like always. The door opened onto silence. For a moment, just a breath, the familiar smell of stale coffee and old leather wrapped around me like safety. Then I stepped into the bathroom. The toothbrush sat on the left side of the sink. I always keep it on the right. Always. My hand hovered over it, not quite touching, as though the blue bristles might burn my fingers. Someone had used it. Someone had stood where I stood, looked into my mirror, brushed teeth that weren't theirs. Can you imagine that? The invasion of it. I backed into the kitchen. The fridge hummed its usual monotone, but when I opened it, oh God, organic milk, Greek yogurt, a carton of blueberries still dewy with condensation. I buy instant coffee and day-old sandwiches. Nothing fresh, nothing expensive, but what I found next made my skin go cold. My jacket, the brown leather one, draped over the chair like it belonged there. I lifted it to my face. The scent hit me like a fist. Sharp cologne, something woody and deliberate. I don't wear cologne, never have. The leather felt warm, as though someone had just taken it off. I moved through the apartment room by room. Closet, bedroom, the narrow space behind the shower curtain. Nothing, no one, just the wrongness settling into my bones like frost, the certainty that someone had been here, living my life with the volume turned just slightly off-key. The coffee mug sat on the left side of the counter. I'm right-handed, and that's when I heard it, a key sliding into the lock behind me. I spun around. Empty hallway. Linda's door closing across the hall, the click of her deadbolt sliding home. Just the neighbor. My heart hammered against my ribs anyway. I locked myself inside and pulled up the security footage on my laptop. The screen's blue glow made my studio feel like a fishbowl. Cold coffee sat beside me, forgotten hours ago. I scrolled back through days of recordings, watching my own door from the camera's fixed angle. Monday, nothing. Tuesday. I worked the day shift that week, left at noon. The hallway stayed empty until 4 p.m. Someone walked up to my door, wearing my black jacket, my jeans, my face. The figure reached into a pocket, pulled out a key, and unlocked my door with their left hand. I'm right-handed, my throat closed. I watched me walk inside like he owned the place, because apparently he did. I fast-forwarded. 30 minutes later, the footage from my interior camera loaded. The doppelganger moved through my kitchen, opening cabinets with that same wrong hand. He poured a bowl of raisin bran. I hate raisin bran, always have. The smell makes me gag, but he ate it, slowly, methodically, like someone performing a role they'd studied. Then he settled on my couch and turned on the TV, Channel 47, home improvement shows. I never watched that garbage. He sat there for 2 hours, unblinking, while some host renovated a bathroom. Everything he did was me, but wrong. A reflection that moved backwards. What would you do if you watched yourself living a life you'd never lived? I clicked to Wednesday's footage. Thursdays, Fridays. He came back every afternoon. Always 4 p.m. Always using the left hand to turn doorknobs, lift mugs, tie shoes. Each visit he stayed longer. But what I saw on Saturday's recording made my blood turn to ice water. He wasn't alone anymore. I parked across the street from my own building at 3:30, watched the entrance through fogged windshield glass. My breath came out in short bursts, and the cold settled into my bones like it belonged there. 4 o'clock passed. No one entered. By 4:15, I couldn't wait anymore. I crossed the street, unlocked my door with shaking hands. The apartment smelled like fresh coffee, dark roast, the kind that burns your throat. I never drink dark roast. The mug sat on the counter, still warm when I pressed my palm against the ceramic, steam rising in lazy spirals. He'd been here minutes ago, maybe seconds. I checked every room, closet, bathroom, under the bed, nothing, gone. I tried again Tuesday, arrived at 3:45 this time. But when I finally entered at 4:20, the coffee maker was still dripping, hot liquid pooling into the carafe. The sound filled the kitchen, drip, drip, drip. Each drop felt like a heartbeat I'd missed. Can you imagine chasing yourself through your own life and always arriving too late? But what happened next made everything worse. My phone buzzed Wednesday afternoon. Michael's text glowed on the screen. "Why'd you call me yesterday asking about Mom's recipe? You hate her cooking." I stared at the words. Yesterday afternoon, I drove a lawyer to O'Hare, then a college student to Navy Pier. Then I pulled up my phone records with trembling fingers. There it was. 2:17 p.m. Call to Michael. Duration 6 minutes. I scrolled further. Calls to my bank, my landlord, numbers I didn't recognize. All made while I was behind the wheel, hands on leather, eyes on road. All in my voice. My throat tightened. He wasn't just living in my apartment anymore. He was living my entire life. And whatever he was building toward, I was running out of time to stop it. My phone vibrated at 3:27 in the morning. Michael's name glowed on the screen. He never called during my shift. Danny. His voice sounded hollow, stretched thin like old tape. "We need to talk." I pulled into a dark lot behind the Route 41 gas station. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual insect song through my windshield. "What's wrong?" "You came by yesterday afternoon." He paused. Static crackled between us. You sat on my couch, we talked for an hour." My hands went numb on the steering wheel. "Michael, I worked a double shift yesterday, 14 hours straight. You told me about that camping trip when Dad left us alone overnight, when I got scared of the raccoons." The pine air freshener swung from my mirror, releasing its chemical sweetness. "We never went camping," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. "Dad took us fishing twice, that's it." "Danny, I remember, you were there, you laughed about it, said I cried for 3 hours. Can you imagine forgetting your own childhood? Watching someone else's memories replace yours? What are you on?" Michael's words cut sharp. "Pills, something else, because this isn't exhaustion anymore." But the real question was worse than that. "I'm not using anything," I whispered. The coffee stains on my dashboard looked wrong suddenly. Too many rings. Had there always been that many? "Then why don't you remember visiting me?" His breathing came faster now. "Why are you saying things that didn't happen?" "Happened." My throat closed. "Because what if I was wrong? What if the camping trip was real and my memory had holes I'd never noticed? What if I'd been losing pieces of myself for weeks and never knew?" "Michael," the line went dead. I sat in the dark trying to remember my father's face, trying to remember what was real. My own past felt like fog now, slipping through my fingers every time I reached for it. And that's when I realized the worst part. If my memories were lies, then who was I? I couldn't trust my memories anymore. So maybe I could trust the evidence. I pulled into the empty lot behind the Route 41 gas station, killed the engine. The suitcase sat in the back seat where the passenger had vanished, and yes, it was still moving, rising, falling like lungs. My hand went to my jacket pocket for my keys. They were there, right where they should be, but my fingers trembled as I reached for the suitcase anyway, dragging it into the front seat. The leather was warm, body temperature warm. The smell hit me then, that familiar cologne I'd noticed in my apartment, the one I didn't own, sharp and citrusy and wrong. The clasps clicked open too easily. Inside, oh God, my wallet. The brown leather one with the coffee stain on the corner, my keys. The rabbit's foot keychain Michael gave me 10 years ago, my phone. The cracked screen protector I'd been meaning to replace for months. I patted my pockets again, frantic. Felt the weight of my wallet, my keys, my phone, all still there, all exactly where they belonged. Can you imagine holding your own possessions and finding them in 2 places at once? But that wasn't the worst part. White squares scattered across the passenger seat as I lifted the wallet out. Polaroids, maybe 20 of them. They fell like snow face up, and every single one showed the same thing. Me, asleep, behind the wheel of my taxi. What I saw in those photos would make me question every moment I thought I'd been alone. The first photo showed me slumped at a red light, head tilted back against the headrest, streetlight glare on the windshield. The angle was from outside, passenger side window. Someone had stood right there, right beside my car, close enough to touch the glass. I shuffled through them, My hands wouldn't stop shaking, me at another red light, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Me parked at Terminal 3, head against the window. The timestamp on the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Me at the gas station. This one was different. The camera angle was from inside the car. The back seat. They'd been inside. I flipped through faster, photo after photo, different nights, different locations, always the same, me unconscious, vulnerable, unaware. The photos had a quality to them, a clarity that said they weren't taken hastily. Someone had framed each shot, waited for the right moment, the right light. How many times had I fallen asleep at red lights thinking I was alone? How many nights had I nodded off during long airport waits? How long had they been watching? The last photo made my stomach drop. It was taken from outside my apartment door, through the peephole, reversed. The angle showed my security camera and me, asleep on my couch, pizza box on my chest. But here's what made my skin crawl. I was holding my phone up, screen glowing, taking a selfie in my sleep. My thumb was on the button, but I don't take selfies. I never take selfies. Something crinkled at the bottom of the suitcase. Paper. I pulled it out, unfolded it with numb fingers. Handwritten. My handwriting, it was a schedule, my schedule, every fare, every stop, every bathroom break. 4 weeks of my life documented in my own handwriting in pen I didn't remember holding. At the bottom, one line, phase 2 complete. Monday reset. Monday. Tomorrow was Monday. 2:47 a.m. pickup at Terminal 3. And that's when I noticed what was tucked beneath the paper, something that would prove I wasn't the one being replaced. I drove straight to my apartment. No thinking, just moving. The hallway smelled like burnt popcorn and lemon cleaner, familiar and real. My key scraped into the lock, turned. Nothing. I tried again. The metal refused to give. Wrong apartment. No unit 213, same chipped paint on the door frame where I'd bumped it moving in. I jiggled the key harder. The lock didn't recognize me. "Can I help you?" Mr. Patterson stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed. My landlord, gray cardigan, coffee mug in hand. "My key, it's not working. I need to get into my apartment." He squinted at me. "Your apartment?" "Yes, 213. I've lived here 3 years. Son, Daniel Reeves terminated his lease 3 days ago." Patterson's voice stayed flat, matter of fact. Moved out completely, handed me the keys himself. The floor tilted beneath me. No, I didn't. Signed all the paperwork, left the place spotless. But what he said next made my blood turn to ice. Seemed in a real hurry to leave, actually. Said something about starting fresh. I backed away from my own door. The walls pressed closer. What would you do if everyone insisted you'd done things you never did? If your entire life rewrote itself while you were driving? My phone, Michael. My brother would know my voice. I called him with shaking hands. The phone pressed cold against my ear. 3 rings. "Hello? Michael, it's me, it's Daniel." Silence stretched too long, way too long. "I'm sorry, who is this?" "Daniel, your brother, Michael, please." "I don't." "Your voice." "That's not." He paused, breathing shallow. "Who are you?" The phone slipped from my fingers, clattered on the tile. Michael didn't recognize my voice anymore. I looked down at my left hand. Under the fluorescent lights, I saw it clearly for the first time. The scar. Monday, 2:47 a.m. Terminal 3 again. I parked in the pickup zone like muscle memory commanded. The fluorescent lights hummed their familiar dead insect chorus. My left hand gripped the steering wheel, and the scar caught the overhead glare, small, precise, on the exact spot I'd memorized weeks ago. The businessman emerged through the sliding doors, but everything was wrong. He stumbled toward my taxi, eyes wide, scanning the empty pickup lanes like something might follow him. His suit hung wrinkled. Sweat darkened his collar despite the October chill seeping through my cracked window. He yanked the rear door open, breathing hard, ragged gasps that fogged the rearview mirror. "Thank God you're here," he said. His voice. Oh God, his voice. "Someone has been impersonating me for 6 weeks." The words tumbled out, desperate pleading. They knew my schedule, my passwords. They wore my face. I couldn't breathe. The pine air freshener smell turned chemical, suffocating. He leaned forward between the seats. "You have to believe me. I'm the real." I raised my left hand, showed him the scar. He stopped, stared, then slowly, he raised his own left hand. The same scar, same placement. What would you do? Can you even imagine that moment when you realize you might not be you? But here's what I understood then in that humming, fluorescent silence. It didn't matter anymore which of us was real. We were both replacements now. Both passengers in someone else's pattern. He slumped back into the worn leather seat. I put the taxi in drive. "Where to?" I asked, because what else do you say when your existence dissolves? He didn't answer. Neither did I expect him to. We drove into the October darkness, 2 men wearing the same scar, neither one certain who'd earned it first. The city swallowed us whole, and somewhere, someone else was already climbing into the next version of our lives. The dashboard clock flickers to 3:13 a.m. I sit frozen in my truck, engine idling, watching a man in groundskeeper uniform cross Oak Ridge Cemetery. The green glow from the dash lights my trembling hands. Cold air seeps through the cracked window, carrying the smell of wet earth and rotting oak leaves. He carries white lilies. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it with my sleeve. The figure moves between headstones with purpose. Deliberate, unhurried. The October darkness swallows most of him, but I catch pieces. Dark uniform, broad shoulders. Something wrong with his gait. He limps. My ACL throbs in response, that phantom ache I've carried for 2 years. The same hitch in the left leg. The same compensating lean. Can you imagine watching yourself from 40 yards away? The coffee in my cup has gone cold. I don't remember buying coffee. The truck's heater rattles, but I'm shivering anyway. The man passes beneath the one working lamppost, and for 3 seconds, yellow light catches him full on. Oak Ridge Cemetery maintenance uniform. Stitched name on the chest. My name. But what froze the blood in my veins were the boots. Steel-toed Carolinas. Left one with the scuff mark from the shed door. Right one with the replaced laces, brown instead of black because I'd run out. I'm looking at my boots, walking away from me. The figure reaches section D and kneels beside a grave I know too well, though I've never understood why I know it. The dashboard clock flickers again, still 3:13. He turns his head and looks directly at my truck. The memory surfaces like cold water. 3 weeks earlier, the cemetery had felt ordinary. Morning rounds at 6:30, my breath fogging in October air, boots crunching through grass still silver with dew. Section D, row 12. The same route I'd walked every day for 8 months. That's when I saw them. White lilies, fresh, arranged carefully against Margaret Hartwell's headstone. I stopped mid-step. The flowers were pristine, petals still closed tight, stems wrapped in brown paper that hadn't softened from moisture. No wilting, no browning at the edges. They couldn't have been there more than an hour. But no one visits this grave. I know because I checked the logs. Margaret Hartwell died in 1987. No family listed, no flowers in decades. Her section sits in the far corner where the old-growth oaks block out the morning sun, where visitors never wander. The grass around her stone had gone to seed years before I started working here. I crouched down, my bad knee protesting. The dew soaked through my uniform pants, cold, immediate. I reached for the flowers and my fingertips brushed the headstone. Warm. Can you imagine? Stone that should have been ice cold in October dawn, warm like skin. I pulled my hand back, looked around. The cemetery stretched empty in all directions. 40 acres of silence broken only by the distant hum of the highway. No tire tracks on the access road. No footprints in the dew except my own trail leading here. The lilies had simply appeared. I picked them up. The paper crinkled too loudly in the quiet. No card, no ribbon, just flowers that shouldn't exist, left on a grave no one remembered. But what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that this was only the beginning. I carried them back to the shed, my limp more pronounced on the uneven ground. The stone building smelled like earth and old coffee. I set the lilies on the desk and stared at them under the dusty window light. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was nothing, a mistake. Someone visiting the wrong grave in the dark. I'd find an explanation in the visitor logs, in the security notes Patricia left. There had to be a reason. There had to be, but when I checked the logs, nothing. The cemetery had been locked since 8 p.m. the night before. No cars, no entry, no one. I looked at the flowers again. The brown paper had darkened where my wet fingers had gripped it. The lilies sat perfectly still, their scent wrong somehow, too sweet, too thick, like they'd been grown in a place where normal rules didn't apply. That's when the real questions started crawling into my mind. Questions I should have asked right then. Questions that might have changed everything if I'd been braver, smarter, more willing to see what was already right in front of me. Who brings flowers to the forgotten dead? And why did the stone feel warm? But I didn't investigate that morning. Didn't go back to the grave. I threw the flowers in the trash behind the shed and tried to forget about them. Tried to convince myself it was nothing. Because the alternative, that something impossible had happened in my cemetery on my watch, was too much to accept. The next morning, the lilies were there again. Day 3, the lilies were back. I stood in section D at dawn, staring at the white petals against the gray stone. Fresh, perfect, like someone had placed them minutes before I arrived. My breath misted in the October cold, but when I knelt and pressed my palm to Margaret Hartwell's headstone, warmth radiated through the granite. I jerked my hand back. No footprints in the frost. No tire tracks on the access road. I'd checked the gate lock myself the night before, rusted shut, same as always. Day 4, day 5, day 6. Every morning the flowers returned. I stopped removing them. Instead, I checked the visitor logs going back 2 months. Empty pages. I reviewed the security camera footage from the main entrance. Grainy, useless, showing nothing but deer and wind-blown leaves. Patricia gave me a concerned look when I asked about night maintenance schedules, but I didn't explain. How could I? Have you ever felt watched by the past? That weight between your shoulder blades like eyes you can't see. I started spending my lunch breaks in the basement archive beneath the shed. Moldy file boxes stacked to the ceiling, a single bulb swinging overhead. The smell of damp paper and earth clung to everything. I found Margaret Hartwell's burial record in a water-stained ledger. Died October 1987, age 34, no surviving family listed, no service held. 38 years in the ground. Alone. But someone remembered her. Someone who left no trace. That night I returned to the grave after my shift ended. The stone was warm again. And this time I caught it. A scent, faint as a whisper, threading through the cold air. Lilac perfume. And that's when I realized the flowers weren't the real message. I drove to the hardware store at noon. My hands shook mounting the camera to the oak tree, the metal cold enough to burn my palms. The screws kept slipping. My ACL throbbed with each shift of weight, that deep ache that never really leaves. I angled the lens toward Margaret Hartwell's headstone 20 feet away. The stone looked ordinary in daylight, gray, weathered, dead, but I'd felt the warmth. I limped back to the shed and tested the monitor. Grainy black and white feed, motion activated, battery backup, professional enough. Patricia would fire me if she knew I was doing this, wasting equipment on. What? A hunch. Can you blame someone for needing proof? That night I sat in the shed's break room, watching the small screen glow in the darkness. Cold coffee in a chipped mug. The smell of earth and mildew pressed close. The cemetery outside my window was silent, perfectly silent. No wind, no animals, just nothing. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. My breathing filled the room, but it sounded wrong somehow. Delayed, like an echo arriving before the original sound. I checked the monitor every 30 seconds. The grave sat empty in infrared glow. White lilies from this morning still rested against the stone. I'd left them there on purpose. A test. 2:45 a.m. My eyelids grew heavy. The coffee had gone room temperature an hour ago. Maybe this was stupid. Maybe I was losing it, sitting here in the dark, watching a dead woman's grave like some kind of. But what I didn't know yet was that the camera had already been watching me. 3:14 a.m. Movement detected. The monitor chimed. I lurched forward, knocking the mug to the floor. On screen, a figure crossed the frame, walking toward the grave, limping, wearing my uniform. I hit rewind. The footage jerked backward, the figure retreating from the grave in stuttered steps. My finger trembled on the mouse. Play again. 3:14 a.m. The man appeared at the edge of the frame, limping. That same hitch in his right leg I'd carried since the ACL tear. The one that made me drag my boot through mud. He walked closer, closer. I paused the feed, zoomed in. The uniform was mine, dark green, frayed at the collar. But that wasn't. I leaned into the monitor until my nose nearly touched the screen. There, stitched above the chest pocket, Miller, my name. Have you ever seen your own face where it shouldn't be? Not a reflection. Not a photograph you forgot taking. Something else. Something wrong. I zoomed further. The pixels fractured into gray squares, but the features held. My jawline, my receding hairline, the scar through my left eyebrow from a childhood fall. My hands were slick, cold. I wiped them on my jeans and clicked forward frame by frame. The figure bent, placed white lilies on the stone, then stood, motionless. The timestamp crawled forward. 8 minutes, he never moved. Just stared down at Margaret Hartwell's grave like he was waiting for permission to leave. But the worst detail was still hidden in the footage. I scrubbed to the end. 3:22 a.m. The figure turned and limped back toward the shed, toward the camera. His face filled the frame for one perfect second before the motion sensor timed out. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. The coffee I'd been nursing all night surged up my throat. I lunged for the trash can, gripping the cold metal rim as bile splashed against crumpled receipts. The smell mixed with stale grounds. My stomach convulsed again and again. When I could breathe, I wiped my mouth with shaking fingers. The basement. The old personnel files Patricia never looked at. If someone was doing this, if this was some sick joke, what I found in those files would make this look merciful. The basement stairs creaked beneath my boots. Each step down felt like descending into cold water, the temperature dropping with every footfall. The single hanging bulb at the bottom swayed slightly, though I hadn't touched it yet. The smell hit me first. Mold and old paper and something underneath. Something sweet and wrong. I pulled the chain. Yellow light spilled across concrete walls lined with metal filing cabinets, their surfaces filmed with decades of dust. Personnel records, 1920s through present day. My hands shook as I pulled open drawer after drawer. The folders were organized by decade, their manila edges soft with age and moisture. 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. I flipped through names I didn't recognize, faces faded to sepia ghosts in stapled photographs. Henderson, Kowalski, Marino. My fingers stopped. Aldridge Thomas. The folder felt heavier than it should. I carried it to the rickety card table beneath the bulb and opened it with hands that no longer felt like mine. Employment date, March 4th, 1986. Date of termination, October 19th, 1987. Reason for termination. The words blurred, I blinked. Read them again, deceased, found on premises, my throat closed. I turned the page, incident report, police notation. The handwriting was tight, efficient, bureaucratic. Body discovered 0300 hours by night patrol officer. Location, section D, row 12. Margaret Hartwell gravesite. Time of death estimated, 03:14 a.m. No signs of foul play. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. No next of kin notified. 03:14. The numbers burned. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My vision tunneled to the final page clipped inside the folder. Personnel photograph, required for all employees. I lifted it with trembling fingers. The face staring back at me was mine. Same receding hairline, same scar above the left eyebrow, same exhausted eyes. But the date stamp in the corner read April 7th, 1986. And in the margin, someone had written in faded blue ink. He said he'd been here before. I blinked, and the day was gone. My truck sat parked in Section B, engine cold. The sun hung low and orange through skeletal oaks. I was holding my rake, but the pile of leaves at my feet looked hours old, dry and crackling. My ACL throbbed like I'd been walking for miles. I couldn't remember anything after lunch. Panic crawled up my throat. Can you imagine losing 6 hours of your life, not sleeping through them, not forgetting them, just gone? I checked my phone. 4:17 p.m. The last thing I remembered was eating a sandwich in the shed at 11:30. I drove back to the office, hands shaking on the wheel. The heater blasted, but I couldn't get warm. That's when the smell hit me. Lilac, sweet and cloying like standing inside a funeral home cooler. It filled the cab thick enough to taste. There were no flowers in my truck. The next morning it happened again. I was trimming hedges near the south fence, and then I was standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave with pruning shears still in my hand. No memory of the walk, no sense of time passing, just a blank space where my mind should have been. The headstone felt warm under my palm despite the October cold. But what terrified me most wasn't the missing time. That evening, I stood at the shed window washing my hands. The water ran rust-brown from the pump. My reflection stared back, hollow-eyed and pale, and behind me, oh God, behind my left shoulder another face, same features, same uniform, watching me with eyes that didn't blink. I spun around. Empty shed, just tools and dust and silence. The lilac smell intensified until my eyes watered, and somewhere in the gathering dark, I heard footsteps that matched my limp. One heavy, one light, one heavy, one light, walking toward me through rows of graves I couldn't see. I spread the files across the shed floor. Thomas Aldridge's personnel record, my own, side by side in the dust. The dates matched, not similar, identical. Thomas tore his ACL in April 1986. Spring maintenance accident, mower rolled on uneven ground. I tore mine April 2023. Same month, same equipment failure, same everything. My hands shook as I flipped through his medical leave forms. The paper felt cold. Wrong. 8 weeks recovery for both of us. 8 weeks before we returned to work, limping changed. Thomas's wife filed for divorce in June 1986. Linda filed against me June 2023. I traced the words with my finger. The complaints were nearly identical. Emotional distance, refusal to communicate, a husband who'd become a stranger. The lilac smell thickened in my throat. I grabbed my own hiring date. October 1st, 2023. Thomas's hiring date. October 1st, 1986. Exactly 37 years apart. Can you imagine discovering you're not living your own life? That every choice you thought you made, someone made before you. My breath came in short gasps. The shed walls pressed closer. I counted backwards from the dates. Thomas died November 4th, 1987. 1 year and 34 days after he started, I pulled out my phone. The screen glowed harsh in the darkness. November 3rd, 2024. Tomorrow. 1 year. 34 days. The pattern was perfect. Every injury, every loss, every lonely night in this cemetery. I wasn't replacing Thomas Aldridge. I was him, living his life again, step by step, moment by moment. Trapped in a loop I couldn't see until now. But the worst realization was still coming. I stumbled outside. The night air did nothing to clear my head. My boots, the same boots Thomas wore in that photo, crunched on gravel as I walked without thinking. My body knew where to go. Margaret Hartwell's grave. The headstone gleamed under moonlight. I dropped to my knees, pressed my palm against the marble. Warm, always warm. The heat crawled up my arm like something alive. "Why?" I whispered. The lilac scent wrapped around me, suffocating, sweet. I tried to stand, to walk away. My legs wouldn't move. Not yet, not paralyzed, just waiting, like they knew something I didn't, like they'd done this before and would do it again. I thought about the footage, the figure at 3:14 a.m., same limp, same face. That was me tomorrow night, or tonight. Time didn't work right here anymore. The compulsion started as a whisper in my skull. You have to come back. I shook my head, fought it. My ACL throbbed with phantom pain. You have to bring the flowers. No. The word barely escaped my lips. The whisper became a command, undeniable, absolute. Tonight, 3:14 a.m., you will walk to this grave. I wanted to run, to drive away and never return, to call Patricia, call Linda, call anyone who might pull me out of this nightmare. But my truck keys felt heavy in my pocket, too heavy to lift. My limbs belonged to something else now, something that had been guiding me for months, positioning me, preparing me. The loop was closing, and I couldn't fight what was already written. Because tomorrow night, no, tonight, in just a few hours, I would become the figure on that camera. I would bring the lilies. I would stand at this grave for exactly 8 minutes. And what happened after those 8 minutes? That was the part Thomas's file didn't say. My legs carry me forward without permission. Left foot, right foot. The limp I know by heart, playing out like muscle memory that belongs to someone else. White lilies press cold against my palm. I didn't buy them. Can't remember picking them up. But here they are, real as the gravel crunching beneath my boots. The October air tastes metallic. Wrong. 3:13 a.m. I checked my truck's dashboard before my body pulled me out. But that clock runs 8 minutes fast, always has, which means, oh, I'm late. Section D spreads before me in shadow. The oaks overhead don't move. No wind, just silence thick enough to choke on. My ACL throbs with each step, but I can't stop. Won't stop. Something else steers now. Then I see him, standing at Margaret Hartwell's grave. Same uniform, same posture, same my breath catches. He turns. It's my face staring back at me. Every line, every scar from the divorce I don't talk about. The exhaustion I see each morning in the shed's dusty mirror. All of it, reflected in a man who shouldn't exist. We stand 3 feet apart. The smell of lilac rises between us, cloying and sweet, though no flowers bloom in October. It coats my throat, makes me want to gag. His lips move. My voice comes out. You are 8 minutes late. The words land like a punch. I try to speak. Can't, my tongue won't obey. He steps closer. Close enough I can see he doesn't blink, doesn't breathe. You know what happens now, he says, still my voice. Still that calm, dead tone, and the terrible thing is, I do. But what he whispered next made me understand why Thomas Aldridge never left this place. I step forward, and Thomas steps back. No, not back. Into. The lilies fall from my hand. The smell of lilac erupts around us, suffocating, sweet as rot. His cold fingers brush mine, my own fingers, and the touch burns like frostbite. My ACL throbs, his throbs, same leg, same scar, same everything. 8 minutes, he whispers. Always 8 minutes. The grave beneath our feet pulses warmth through my boots. 314 plus 8 equals 322. The dashboard clock in my truck, always 8 minutes fast. The engine still running somewhere behind me in the dark. I can hear it idling, faint and distant like a heartbeat fading. We are merging. Can you imagine what that feels like? His memories pour into mine, standing at this grave in 1987, finding flowers he didn't leave, installing his own camera, discovering his own face in files. The loop doesn't repeat, it layers. Thomas never left because I am Thomas, and someone before him, and someone before that. But what happened at 322 was worse than I'd imagined. The warmth from the stone spreads up through my legs into my chest. My vision blurs. Thomas's face, my face, fades like fog burning off at sunrise. I try to scream. No sound comes. The cemetery swallows me whole. Dawn breaks cold and gray. The new groundskeeper parks his truck near Section D, coffee steaming in his hand. He limps slightly, bad knee from years ago, as he begins his first morning rounds at Oak Ridge. Margaret Hartwell's grave wears fresh white lilies. No footprints in the frost. In the shed, he'll find personnel files later. 2 photographs paperclipped inside. Thomas Aldridge, 1987. Ethan Miller, last week. Identical faces staring back. Both gone at 3:22 a.m. The porch light flickers on at exactly 3:29. I stand on the cracked concrete, package in hand, and my breath fogs the air between me and the door. The house at 1847 Maple Street has been dark for the past hour. Every house on this route stays dark. But this one, something about this one makes my fingers tighten around the cardboard edges until they dent. A shadow moves behind the front window. I freeze. My heartbeat thuds in my ears, too loud, too fast. The figure presses against the glass, close enough that I can see the outline of hands, palms flat, face obscured by the reflection of the streetlight behind me. The mouth moves. No sound comes through, just lips forming words I can't hear. Can you imagine standing there trying to read the message, knowing you should turn around and leave? But my feet won't move. The package feels heavier now. My name is on the label. I checked it twice in the van, but what I didn't check was who sent it. The front door creaks, slow, 6 inches. Then it stops. Cold air rushes out through the gap, not the damp chill of October, but something else. Sterile, sharp. It carries a scent that makes my stomach drop. Cologne, the same brand I wear. The same woody amber smell clinging to my jacket collar right now. I take a step back. My shoe scrapes the concrete. The sound echoes too long in the empty street. The figure behind the window hasn't moved, still pressed there, still mouthing something. The door creaks wider, and from inside the lightless house, I hear footsteps descending stairs I shouldn't know are there. 48 hours before I stood on that porch, the dispatch radio crackled to life at 11:07 p.m. "Brennan, you there?" I pressed the button. Static buzzed against my thumb. "Yeah. Got a route update. New stop. 1787 Maple Street. Same package every night this week. 3:30 a.m. window. Can you handle it?" The van's dome light flickered above me. Cardboard smell filled my nostrils. Thick, stale, sure. "Good man. It's already loaded. Bay 7. The line went dead. I found the package wedged between Amazon boxes and a crate of medical supplies. Small, maybe 8 inches square. The label was pristine, too clean for a week-old dispatch order. Black ink, block letters, perfect edges. The weight caught me off guard. It felt like nothing, like holding air wrapped in brown paper. I tossed it onto the passenger seat and started the engine. 67 stops. Maple Street would be number 43, right in the dead zone. That stretch between 2 a.m. and dawn when the suburbs hold their breath. The first delivery was automatic. I pulled up at 3:29, porch dark, house silent. I walked the cracked driveway, placed the box on the welcome mat, turned back to the van. Routine. But something about the house stuck with me as I drove away. I couldn't place it. The second night. I parked in the exact same spot without thinking. My feet knew the path. 3 steps to the mailbox. Slight dip in the pavement. 7 strides to the porch. I hadn't counted them the first time. The third night, my hands were already reaching for the package before I checked the manifest. Muscle memory. Like I'd delivered there 100 times. But I'd only been there twice. What I didn't know yet was that my body remembered what my mind had forgotten. Night 5, and I'm sitting in the back of my van with the dome light buzzing overhead. The cargo space smells like cardboard and stale energy drinks. I've pulled the package onto my lap, still weightless, still wrong, and I'm staring at the label under the flickering yellow glow. That's when I see it. The handwriting, neat block letters, precise angles, the way the capital M loops just slightly at the base. I know this. I've written addresses this exact way 1,000 times on notes, on envelopes, on the back of receipts when my phone dies. This is my handwriting. Have you ever seen your own signature somewhere you never signed? That stomach drop moment when reality tilts. I blink, rub my eyes. The letters don't change. I angle the package toward the light, searching for differences. Maybe it's similar, maybe I'm tired. But no, the slant, the pressure, even the way the pen hesitated before the street number, that's me. But what I notice next makes my throat close. The return address sits in the top left corner, small and clinical. I read it once, twice. My apartment, my exact apartment number. The building I left 4 hours ago to start this shift. I never wrote this. My hands fumble for my phone, nearly dropping it between the seat cracks. I pull up my text, scrolling back through the past week, looking for gaps, blackout nights, drunk messages I don't remember sending. Anything that explains how I packaged this, labeled it, sent it to myself. Nothing. My call log is clean, my photos untouched. No alarms set for 3:30 in the morning. The phone trembles in my grip. No, not the phone. My hands, shaking so hard the screen blurs. I look back at the package, and that's when I realize I never checked the shipping date. And what I'm about to find will crack everything wide open. I pulled over on Crescent Drive at 3:15 in the morning, engine ticking as it cooled. The package sat in my lap, weightless as always. My own handwriting stared back at me from the label, neat block letters I'd never written. The shipping date, I hadn't checked it. My thumbnail found the edge of the packing tape and dug in. The ripping sound filled the van's cargo space, too loud against the silence outside. Cardboard flaps peeled back. Bubble wrap underneath, the kind that pops when you squeeze it. I pulled it free, feeling the plastic dimples give under my fingertips. Inside, a USB drive, small, black, no markings, that was it, nothing else. I turned it over in my palm, waiting for some explanation to materialize. The dome light flickered above me, casting my shadow against stacks of undelivered packages. The van smelled like cardboard and stale energy drinks, familiar and suffocating. What I found inside would change everything I thought I knew about my route. I fumbled for my phone adapter, hands steadier than they should have been. The drive clicked into place. My screen glowed blue. One file appeared. Video, MP4 format, 16 megabytes. The date stamp loaded. Tomorrow. I blinked. Read it again. December 17th, tomorrow's date. But the timestamp, 3:30 a.m. 15 minutes from now if I kept driving, if I finished the route. Moths circled the streetlight above my van, their wings tapping against hot glass. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. The phone grew warm in my hand. My thumb hovered over the play button. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and went silent. I pressed play. And what I saw in those 2 minutes of footage would make me understand why I could never stop delivering to 1847 Maple Street. I pressed play. The screen filled with grainy security footage, warped by a fisheye lens. The timestamp in the corner glowed green. Tomorrow's date, 3:30 in the morning. My phone grew warm against my palm, heat spreading through my fingers like a fever. The video showed a porch, dark wood, a single light fixture casting yellow shadows. And then I walked into frame. Not someone who looked like me. Same jacket, same way I held packages cradled against my ribs, same exhausted shuffle in my gait. I watched myself climb 3 steps, kneel, place a box against the door. The motion was mechanical, practiced. I'd done it 1,000 times before. I stood, turned to leave. My shoes scraped the concrete, the audio picked it up, tinny and distant. But then I stopped, just stopped. 1 foot on the top step, one hand gripping the railing. Frozen mid-stride like someone had paused the playback, except the timestamp kept counting. 3:29 and 12 seconds, 13, 14. 4 full minutes passed while I stood there motionless. What I didn't know yet was that those 4 minutes would explain everything. The missing time, the rehearsed feeling, why my hands had been shaking since I first saw that address. My breath fogged the phone screen. Inside the van, the smell of old cardboard mixed with something sharp. Sweat. Fear. The dome light flickered once, nearly cutting out, then steadied. Outside, moths battered against the streetlight in rhythm with my pulse. On the video, I finally moved. I turned back toward the camera, slow, deliberate. My face filled the distorted frame, features stretched wrong by the lens. My eyes looked hollow, sunken. My lips were moving. I leaned closer to the screen, squinting. The audio was muffled, wind, maybe, or static interference, but I could read lips well enough. Years of dispatch calls through bad connections had taught me that. Stop. Delivering. My stomach dropped. Already, inside, I rewound, watched again. The words were unmistakable. 6 years, check. Basement. The video cut to static. White noise hissed through my phone speaker. I yanked the earbuds out, but the sound lingered in my skull, a flatline whine that wouldn't stop. I sat there in the dark cargo space, surrounded by tomorrow's packages, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. The timestamp said tomorrow, but my lips had moved today, or yesterday, or my head throbbed. The timeline didn't work, couldn't work, unless I'd already delivered the package, unless I was about to deliver it, unless... I checked the time. 3:21 a.m., 9 minutes until the timestamp on the video. 9 minutes until I'd be standing on that porch, frozen, mouthing warnings to a camera I didn't know existed. But the real question wasn't when. It was why I'd said basement, and what had been living in mine for 6 years. I drove to the only place still lit at this hour. The diner's fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, that electrical hum that sounds like insect wings. My booth's vinyl stuck to my forearms as I opened my laptop. The smell of burnt coffee hung thick, reminded me of something I couldn't place. Property records loaded slow. County database, public access. I typed the address with shaking fingers. 1847 Maple Street. The page flickered. Sale date 6 years ago. October 5th. Buyer name, redacted. Just a black bar where the name should be. I clicked through to transaction history. Every owner listed except the current one. Even the purchase price was blacked out. My throat tightened. 6 years ago. I moved to this town 6 years ago, started the courier job, found my apartment, all within the same week. But I couldn't remember why I'd come here. Not a single reason. No job offer beforehand. No family, no. Anything, the memory just stopped, like waking up mid-sentence. Have you ever tried to remember something and found nothing? Not even a gap, just smooth blankness where the thought should be. The waitress appeared, poured coffee I hadn't ordered. The liquid caught the light, too dark, almost black. I lifted the cup, took a sip, pennies. The taste flooded my mouth, metallic, sharp, like sucking on old coins. I swallowed anyway. The warmth didn't reach my chest. "You okay, honey?" Her voice sounded far away. I looked up. She was close, concern creasing her face, pad and pen in hand, waiting. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. She touched my shoulder, just briefly, then walked away. I stared at the screen, at the redacted name, at the date that matched my arrival, and I understood something that made my hands go numb. What if I hadn't moved here at all? What if I'd never actually left? I drove straight back. No decision, just momentum. My van rolled to a stop outside 1847 Maple Street at 3:29 a.m., engine ticking in the silence. The front door was already open, 6 inches, waiting. Cold air poured out when I pushed it wider, the hinges groaning like something waking up. I stepped inside and the temperature changed, warmer, lived in. The smell hit me immediately. My cologne. The same brand I'd worn for years, cheap stuff from the drugstore. I stood in the entryway waiting for my eyes to adjust. And then I saw it. The living room. Oh God. The furniture wasn't just similar. It was exact. The sagging gray couch positioned against the left wall, same angle. The coffee table with the chipped corner. Even the lamp. The one I'd bought at a thrift store 8 years ago and lost during a move I could barely remember. But what I saw on the mantel made my breath stop. My high school photo, senior year, awkward smile, cheap frame. I hadn't seen that picture since. Since when? I couldn't remember packing it, couldn't remember throwing it away. Can you imagine finding your own belongings in a stranger's house? Not similar things, the exact ones. A jacket lay draped across the couch arm. My jacket, navy blue, frayed cuff on the left sleeve. I reached out, touched the fabric, still warm. But the real shock hadn't settled in yet. Because that's when I heard it, a creak, below me, beneath the floorboards. The basement door stood ajar to my right, darkness pooling beyond it. And from that darkness came footsteps, ascending, slow, deliberate, each step perfectly spaced. The cologne smell grew stronger, thick enough to choke on. I took a step back. My heel hit something, the wall, trapped between the door behind me and those rising footsteps ahead. The creaking stopped. Silence. Then, one more step, closer to the top. And that's when I realized who was climbing those stairs. I moved toward the basement door before the footsteps reached me. I don't know why. My legs just carried me there. The stairs descended into darkness, wood soft with rot, and my right foot found the third step down without thinking. It creaked, low and familiar. My left foot knew the fifth step would be silent, and it was. Can you imagine knowing something you've never learned? The cold rose up from below, damp and stale. It smelled like old paper and mildew. And faintly, still my cologne, I descended faster. The footsteps above had stopped, or maybe they were waiting. At the bottom, I fumbled for a light, found the pull chain exactly where my hand expected it. The walls were papered, not with wallpaper, with delivery manifests. Hundreds of them, all addressed to 1847 Maple Street. I stepped closer, fingers brushing the yellowed edges, dates going back years. Same route, same stop, same time. 3:29 a.m. over and over, stamped and signed and completed. But what I saw in the corner made my throat close. A cot, army surplus, green canvas. My wallet sat on the thin mattress, my keys beside it. My phone, same cracked screen, spiderweb fracture across the top right corner, resting face up. I pulled my phone from my pocket, checked the crack. Identical. I looked back at the cot. 7 phones, arranged in a neat row. 7 wallets. 7 key rings, all mine. Each one tagged with a strip of masking tape. Dates written in block letters, my handwriting. The oldest was from 6 years ago. The newest was from yesterday. I heard the creak behind me. The third step. Then silence where the fifth step should be. Someone else's feet knew these stairs just as well as mine. The footsteps stopped. I turned, slowly. Every joint felt rusted. He stood 3 steps from the bottom, same height, same build, same courier jacket, threadbare at the elbows, his face. Oh God, his face was mine. Down to the scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood bike wreck. But his eyes were wrong, hollow. like someone had scooped out everything behind them and left only the shape. "You opened it," he said. My voice. Exactly my voice, same rasp from too many energy drinks, same flat Midwest vowels. The sound made my skin crawl. "Stay back." My hand found the edge of the workbench. Cold metal, real. "Stay the hell back." He didn't move. Just tilted his head the way I do when I'm exhausted, when I've been driving too long. "You won't run." I didn't either. None of us did. None of. "What are you?" "Tyler Brennan." He stepped down once. The stair didn't creak under his weight. 32, born in Decatur. Moved here 6 years ago for work. Can't remember why. That sound right. My throat closed. "You never left," he continued, voice flat as highway asphalt. "The first delivery. You came to the door at 3:29. You knocked. I answered. You handed me the package. And then you stepped inside, just for a second, just to ask a question. You don't remember." Neither did I. He reached the basement floor. The cologne smell thickened. My cologne. "The loop needs a body, Tyler. Someone to stay. Someone to wait for the next one." But what he said next would rewrite everything I thought I understood. Every Tyler delivers packages for a week. 67 stops. Same route. Then the USB shows up. Then you watch yourself. Then you come inside. He gestured at the manifests covering the walls. "And then you become me. The one who waits. The one who hands off the drive. The one who explains it to the next version." I backed against the workbench. My hand brushed one of the phones, still warm. That's insane. "I'm not, you are." His hand went to his pocket, pulled out a delivery manifest, unfolded it. "Read the stops." I didn't want to. My eyes dropped anyway. 67 addresses, all familiar, all burned into my nightly muscle memory. He stepped closer, close enough I could see the burst capillaries in his eyes, the same ones I'd noticed in my rearview mirror yesterday. "Count them," he whispered. My lips moved. 67 stops, 67 nights, 67 failed attempts to break the pattern. "How many times?" I breathed. His smile was mine, exhausted, defeated. "How many phones did you count?" 7. 7 phones, 7 wallets, 7 sets of keys. But the oldest manifest on the wall was dated 6 years ago, and there were hundreds of them pinned in yellowing rows. The math didn't add up, unless, oh God, unless every 7 cycles something reset, something erased. He leaned in. His breath smelled like mine after a long shift, stale coffee and desperation. "Tomorrow," he said, "a new driver gets the address added to his route, a simple drop-off, same time nightly, and you'll be the one standing here, waiting to explain why he can never leave." My pulse hammered against my temples. Why does it need this? I don't know. For the first time his voice cracked, human, terrified. "I've been here 6 years, Tyler. 6 years in this basement, waiting, and now you're here. And I can finally," he stopped, listened. Upstairs, a door creaked open. Footsteps crossed the living room floor, slow, methodical. Someone else was in the house. His hollow eyes went wide. "No," he whispered. "Not yet. You haven't chosen yet." Chosen what? But I already knew. Could feel the answer crawling up my spine like cold fingers. Only one of us was leaving. The footsteps overhead stopped directly above us. Dust sifted through the floorboards. I tasted it on my tongue. Gritty and familiar. The other me. the hollow-eyed one, didn't move. Just stood there holding the USB drive between us. His cologne mixed with something else now, decay, 6 years of it soaking into his skin. "He'll come down," he whispered, "just like you did." My throat closed. "Who?" "Tonight's Tyler." The porch light cut out. Total darkness. I heard the basement door creak open above. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. Every third step groaning under weight I recognized as my own. The other me pressed the drive into my palm. Cold metal, sharp edges. "You take this. Or you stay, that's the choice. What happens if I..." Then tomorrow a new driver gets this address added to his route. His voice cracked. "And you wait here 6 years, maybe more. Until you're ready to pass it on." But I understood now what he hadn't said yet. What the video already knew. There was no escaping. Not really. The footsteps reached the bottom. I couldn't see him, but I smelled my own cologne. Fresh. The version I'd put on 11 hours ago at the start of my shift. He was still warm, still thought this was just a delivery. "Which one?" My voice came out broken. "Which one am I?" The other me, the hollow one, laughed, soft, defeated. "Does it matter?" The porch light flickered back on, pale yellow glow seeping through cracks in the ceiling. I looked down at my hands. 7 phones lined up on the cot beside me. I didn't remember sitting down. The van idled outside. Someone else was driving it now. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe that was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow. Brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The number stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. Metallic, thick, like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. "Frank, I need you to check something." Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. "What's up, Leo?" Pen 12. "The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here." I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. "Hold on." Keys clicking in the background. "System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered. My throat tightened. Frank, I'm looking right at it. You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate, bold, white, 12. Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Take a picture, send it through. Good, yes, evidence. I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. Leo, Frank's voice broke through the static. You send it. Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you? I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool. Not damp from night air. Cold as freezer meat. As something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy. Finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need. But the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel. Footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. The familiar rhythm of Frank's Bowligate gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me. Not around me. Past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood, and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. "Frank!" I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. "East wing clear, pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks." I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. "Check your pulse." I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood. No adrenaline spike, just silence. The absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said, before pen 12. The metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. "You had the stroke 20 minutes ago." The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet, too solid, too real for someone who wasn't breathing. "You're on the ground in pen 12 right now." The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. "I'm watching you die." "No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't." The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished. how isolated Pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight, hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned, boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger, and ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to Pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, on the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m. 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor. Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen. Across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm, fading toward the loading dock. Frank, I screamed. Frank, I'm right here. The sound that came out. Oh God. Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural. A drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my fourth finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into Pen 12. Concrete walls, the metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I just come from. No, I spun and ran again, same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto Pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed, my legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from Pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried, Russell's voice. my voice, drifted from pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out. Didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold. So cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him. Metallic, sharp, like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down. One arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that, your coworker? 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew, oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTS bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breath deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death, and 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. It's starting, Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. Write it, I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. D-A-N-G, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. E-R. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. I tried that too, Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. Leo, his voice carried across the empty pens. You still here, buddy? I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. Frank, I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words, not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across pen 12. Across my body, the one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. Leo, he called again, louder now, annoyed. Your truck's still out front. He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of pen 12, exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29. Fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. What the hell? I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. Run, leave, don't stay until dawn. What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty. He backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The sleeping bag is still warm. I crouch on the concrete floor of floor 32, my hand hovering an inch above the fabric. Heat radiates against my palm. Someone was here, minutes ago, maybe less. My flashlight beam catches the uniform hanging from an exposed pipe overhead. Security gray, pressed creases. The name tag glints under the light. Nathan Graves. My name, my uniform, but I'm wearing mine right now. The badge number underneath makes my throat tighten. 1847. My old badge. The one I lost 8 months ago during the brownout on floor 18. The one that was supposed to be deactivated. I pull my tablet from my belt with shaking fingers. The checkpoint log glows in the darkness. 2:17 a.m. 2 scans recorded, both using badge 1847 and badge 2139. Mine, 40 seconds apart. I've been alone in this building for 6 hours. 40 floors of empty offices and locked doors. Just me and the hum of ventilation systems. Just me and the motion sensor lights clicking on and off as I walk my routes. Except, I wasn't alone. My breath clouds in the cold air. The renovation stripped this floor down to bare concrete and dangling wires 3 months ago, but nobody's touched it since. No construction crew, no daytime staff. Just an empty shell that smells like dust and something metallic I can't place. A coffee cup sits beside the sleeping bag. Steam curls from the surface. What would you do? Your hands are trembling. Your radio feels heavy on your hip. You could call it in right now, but who would believe you? I lean closer to the cup. The smell hits me. Cheap break room coffee, 2 sugars. The way I take mine, then I hear it. Boot steps. Echoing in the stairwell. Heavy, deliberate. Climbing toward floor 32. Climbing toward me. But what I didn't know yet was that whoever wore that uniform knew exactly when I'd find it. My mind keeps circling back to that first night. 2 weeks before I found the sleeping bag, before I understood what was happening. It was 2:17 a.m. when I reached floor 32. Just another checkpoint on another shift. The building stretched silent above and below me, 40 floors of empty offices and me the only living thing moving through them. I pressed my badge to the scanner. Beep. Then, beep again. I froze. The second tone came half a second after the first, like an echo that didn't quite match. My tablet vibrated in my hand. I glanced down at the log screen, expecting the usual single entry. 2 scans, both time-stamped, both showing my badge number. One at 2:17 a.m., one at 2:16 a.m. I stared at the screen. That wasn't possible. I'd been in the stairwell a minute ago, nowhere near the scanner. The renovation floor spread out before me, gutted concrete, exposed wiring, shadows pooling in every corner. Dust hung thick in the air, mixing with something else. Something faintly sweet, like coffee with too much cream. But I was holding my thermos. Black, no sugar, the way I always drank it. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing. No one. Just the hum of the HVAC system and my own breathing. System glitch, I muttered. My voice sounded too loud, swallowed immediately by the empty space. But my stomach twisted anyway. Because the scanner didn't malfunction. It never malfunctioned. I should have reported it right then. Should have called Helen, documented everything. But what would I even say? That the computer hiccuped? That I smelled phantom coffee? I backed toward the stairwell, unable to shake the feeling that the darkness behind me was occupied. The checkpoint log would haunt me for days. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that someone had been watching me struggle with that tablet, studying my confusion with perfect, silent patience. I couldn't leave it alone. Back at the security desk, the monitor glow painted my hands blue as I clicked through the system logs. 1 night back, 2 nights, 5. The keyboard clacked in the empty lobby, each keystroke echoing off marble walls. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept drinking it anyway. The bitter taste keeping me focused. Floor 32, every single night. 2:17 a.m., double scan. 2:18 a.m., double scan. 1:59 a.m., double scan. The timestamps varied by 30 seconds, sometimes 90, but always 2 scans. Both logged to badge number 2143, my badge, the one clipped to my belt right now. I printed the report. 8 pages of proof. The paper felt heavy in my hands, still warm from the printer, smelling like toner and something else. Something stale. Old air. Like the building itself was exhaling through the vents. Helen Price answered on the 4th ring. Nathan, it's 7 a.m. What? The system's showing double scans. Floor 32, every night for over a week. Silence. Then a sigh. Software error. Happens during renovation phases. The crew's probably testing badge readers. There's no crew up there, I said. I check it every night. It's completely empty. Then it's a glitch. Her voice flat and dismissive. I'll submit a ticket to it. Don't worry about it. But what she didn't know, what she couldn't know from her daytime shifts, was that the pattern was too perfect to be random. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those timestamps, heard the double beep of the scanner, felt the weight of someone else's presence on that empty floor, moving through the darkness exactly 1 minute behind me. Or was it 1 minute ahead? And when I finally did sleep, I dreamed of walking my rounds, only to find my own footprints already pressed into the dust. I logged into the admin portal at 3:47 a.m. The screen's blue glow made my eyes ache, but sleep wasn't coming anyway, so I pulled up my badge history instead. The keyboard clicks echoed too loud in the empty lobby. Each tap another second of the shift I couldn't get through fast enough. My current badge, number 2035, showed 8 months of scans. Clean, predictable. The system had issued it after I lost my original during that brownout on floor 18. I remembered that night. The lights dying floor by floor. The emergency generators coughing to life. My badge, gone. Somewhere in the darkness between stairwells. Helen deactivated the old badge immediately. Standard protocol. Badge number 1847, dead in the system by morning. I pulled up the deactivation record. February 9th. Timestamp, 0900 hours. Status, inactive. But what I found next made my coffee taste like copper on my tongue. I ran a scan history for badge 1847, and the screen filled with entries, recent entries. The deactivated badge had logged 32 scans in the past month. I scrolled through the timestamps, my pulse hammering against my throat. Every single scan occurred between 1:55 and 2:20 a.m. Every single scan registered on floor 32. Someone was wearing my old badge. Someone who knew exactly when I made my rounds, who moved through the building like a ghost, always just ahead or just behind me. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed, a sound like insects trapped behind glass. I clicked deeper into the logs, my hands shaking now, because I needed to see the pattern, needed to understand who was living in my shadow. And that's when I noticed the first scan from the deactivated badge. It appeared exactly 30 days ago. On the same night, I'd started finding the double entries on floor 32. I decided to catch him early. 1:58 a.m. The stairwell door on floor 32 closed behind me with a metallic click that echoed down through 40 floors of empty concrete. I killed my flashlight and the darkness swallowed everything whole. The checkpoint scanner glowed faint blue near the east wall, the only light in the gutted space. Exposed wiring hung from the ceiling like dead nerves. The air tasted like dust and something chemical, paint thinner maybe. I moved behind a concrete support pillar and crouched, waited. The cold from the floor seeped through my uniform pants. My knees ached. I checked my watch. The dim glow read 2:01. 12 minutes until he usually appeared. 12 minutes of listening to my own breathing and the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. Can you imagine sitting in complete darkness, knowing someone has been watching you for weeks, knowing they've stolen your identity and memorized your every movement? My hand rested on the radio clipped to my belt, but I didn't call it in. Helen would just dismiss it again. System glitch, paranoia, sleep deprivation, 2:08, 2:09. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I could hear my pulse, but what I heard at 2:13 made my breath catch in my throat. The stairwell door opened. Not the screech of rusted hinges, this was smooth, controlled. Someone who knew exactly how to move through this building without making noise. Footsteps followed. Boot heels on concrete, even, measured. The same pace I used during rounds. The checkpoint beeped. I flicked on my flashlight and flooded the space with white light. Nothing. The checkpoint scanner's screen showed a successful scan. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge, but the space in front of it was empty. Just exposed concrete and shadows and hanging plastic sheeting that didn't move. The air, though, oh God, the air had changed. It smelled like coffee, fresh brewed. And beneath that, the sharp tang of human sweat. Someone had been standing there 3 seconds ago. And then I heard the breathing behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just exposed concrete and shadows stretching away from my flashlight beam. But the breathing, it had been right there, close enough to feel. My hand shook as I swept the light across the gutted floor. The smell of coffee and sweat still hung in the air, thick and human. Real. Then I saw it. Behind a stack of drywall sheets in the corner, a dark green sleeping bag crumpled against the wall. My boots crunched over construction debris as I approached. The fabric was still warm when I crouched down and touched it. Not just warm, recently occupied. A coffee cup sat beside it, half full, steam rising. Can you imagine finding proof that someone's been sleeping 20 feet from where you stand? That they've been here for weeks, maybe months, and you never knew. I pulled back the sleeping bag. Underneath, energy drink cans, 6 of them, protein bar wrappers, a water bottle, and hanging from an exposed pipe above, a security uniform. My uniform. The name tag caught my flashlight beam. Nathan Graves. I leaned closer, throat tightening. The badge number embroidered below the name. 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I lost 8 months ago. But what I found next made my blood run cold. A spiral notebook lay tucked inside the sleeping bag. I flipped it open with trembling fingers. Page after page of handwritten notes. Times, floor numbers, routes. 2:17 a.m., floor 32, east stairwell. 1:43 a.m., floor 18, west elevator bay. 3:06 a.m., lobby, coffee break, 6 minutes, every checkpoint, every pattern, every habit I developed over 8 months of overnight shifts, documented, studied, memorized. The handwriting looked almost like mine, but the letters slanted wrong, too precise, too deliberate. Someone had been living here, watching me, becoming me. And then I heard it, footsteps in the stairwell again, climbing up, getting closer. The footsteps echoed closer, climbing, deliberate. My hand shot to the radio clipped at my belt. I fumbled with the volume dial, brought it to my lips, static. Dead, hissing static that filled the silence like television snow. Control, this is. This is Graves on 32. I need nothing. Just that crackling emptiness that meant I was completely alone up here. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm, boot soles striking concrete in the stairwell. Getting closer. I backed toward the opposite exit, keeping my flashlight trained on the stairwell door. My heart hammered against my ribs. The beam trembled in my grip. I could smell the concrete dust thick in the air, and something else underneath it. Something familiar, coffee, sweat. The exact smell of my own uniform after a long shift. The footsteps stopped, just stopped. I froze, listened. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water pressure. Can you imagine that kind of quiet? When even your own breathing sounds like a scream. Then I saw it. A shadow stretched across the bare concrete wall beside the stairwell entrance, long and thin, cast by the motion sensor lights inside. Human-shaped, wearing the peaked cap of a security guard. The silhouette didn't move, but I could see the slight rise and fall of shoulders. Breathing. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice water. Nathan. The voice came from the stairwell. Calm, steady. It was my voice, not similar, not close. Exactly mine, the same timbre, the same slight rasp from too many years of cheap coffee and midnight shifts. I'd heard recordings of myself. I knew what I sounded like. This was identical. Nathan, I know you're there. The shadow on the wall shifted. A hand reached for the door handle. I ran. The door slammed behind me. Metal shrieked against concrete as I bolted down the corridor. My boots hammered against tile. Behind me, footsteps matching my rhythm, same weight, same pace. I didn't look back. Stairwell B. I threw myself through the door and took the steps 3 at a time. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying the smell of old dust and something else, something sharp, like sweat-soaked fabric left too long in darkness. The footsteps followed, not faster, not slower, exactly my speed. Floor 28, 25. My lungs burned. I risked a glance at the landing window as I rounded the corner there. In the reflection, same height, same build, same uniform stretched across familiar shoulders, but the badge photo on his chest, it looked washed out, faded, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Wrong in ways you can't quite name. I hit the lobby at full sprint. The security desk monitors glowed ahead like a lifeline. I grabbed the chair, pulled up the surveillance system with shaking hands. Floor 32. Camera 14. I scrolled back through the footage. Tonight, yesterday, 3 days ago, my stomach dropped. The same 60-second loop, over and over. The empty checkpoint, the concrete pillar, identical in every frame, for 16 days straight. Someone had edited the recordings, but that meant they'd accessed the security system, had root credentials, had been watching me watch nothing while the monitor flickered. All 40 cameras cut to black simultaneously. Then one by one they blinked back on. Every screen showed the same image now. Floor 32, camera 14, live feed. A figure stood in front of the checkpoint, staring directly up at the camera, wearing my face. I ran. Down the fire exit, boots hammering concrete, breath tearing through my chest like broken glass. The parking garage. Underground, thick walls. Somewhere I could think without 40 cameras broadcasting my terror. The auxiliary office door hung open. I threw myself inside and dragged the metal desk across the threshold. It screeched against the floor, a sound that made my teeth ache, but it held. I shoved a filing cabinet against it, then a chair. The air down here tasted like motor oil and concrete dust. My shirt clung to my back, soaked through with cold sweat. I could hear my pulse in my ears, that hollow thumping that drowns out everything else. The backup terminal sat in the corner, coated in dust. I jabbed the power button, waited, the fan whirred to life. I needed answers, the brownout, 8 months ago, the night I lost my badge. My fingers trembled over the keyboard as I navigated to archived footage. February 14th, floor 18, 1:43 a.m. The night the power died for 6 minutes and came back wrong. I found the file, clicked play. Grainy footage showed the 18th floor hallway. Emergency lights casting everything in sickly green. Then I appeared on screen, myself, moving toward the stairwell, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. I watched myself disappear through the door. The timestamp rolled forward. 1 minute, 2, 5. But what I saw next would crack open everything I thought I understood. At 1:52 a.m., the stairwell door opened again. Another figure stepped into the hallway wearing my uniform, my boots, my cap. I leaned closer to the screen, pulse roaring. The figure paused directly beneath camera 4. Slowly, so slowly, it tilted its head back, stared straight into the lens. The face, oh God, the face was mine, not similar, not close, identical, every line, every angle. The same exhaustion carved into the features, the same 2-day stubble, the same small scar above the left eyebrow from a childhood fall I never told anyone about. But something in the eyes was wrong, too focused, too aware. Like looking at a photograph of yourself where the expression doesn't match any memory you have of that moment. The figure on the screen smiled, not a friendly smile, not a nervous smile, a smile that said, "I see you. I've always seen you." It reached up and adjusted the badge hanging from its chest. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I reported lost. The one that should have been destroyed. Then the figure walked away, boots echoing down the hallway, and disappeared around the corner like it owned the place. The footage ended. I sat there, hands frozen on the desk. Have you ever watched something that shouldn't exist? Something that breaks the rules of what's possible? My phone buzzed in my pocket. Once, twice, 3 times. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. The screen glowed blue in the darkness of the garage office. One new message from my own number. I stared at it. The notification sat there waiting. My thumb hovered over the screen. What do you do when you get a text from yourself? I opened it, and what I read made the walls close in. The text message glowed on my phone screen. 3 words from my own number. "Welcome home, Nathan." I stared at it until the letters blurred, until footsteps echoed in the parking garage above. Voices, the day shift. I bolted up the stairs, legs screaming. The lobby lights had switched to morning mode, warmer, softer, almost kind. Jennifer from accounting was scanning in. Marcus adjusted his tie near the elevator bank. Normal people living normal lives. Helen Price stood at the security desk, arms crossed. "There's someone in the building," I said, my voice cracked. "Floor 32. He's been living there. He has my old badge." Nathan." She held up her tablet. "I pulled the night logs when you didn't answer your radio." She turned the screen toward me. 1 scan per checkpoint. All mine, all normal times. No double entries, no anomalies. That's not possible." I saw him. I saw the footage." "What footage?" She swiped through the archived files. "Everything's clean. You've been working doubles for 2 weeks. Maybe you need to take some time." I pushed past her, up the stairwell. 32 floors, lungs burning with each flight. The renovation floor smelled like fresh paint and morning air from open windows. The sleeping bag was gone. The uniform, the notebook, even the coffee cup. Concrete floor swept clean. But what I found in its absence would fracture everything I thought I knew about that night. Back at the security desk, Helen handed me coffee. "Drink. You look terrible." The ceramic mug warmed my shaking hands. I lifted it, took a sip. Too sweet. The sugar coated my tongue, thick and wrong. I don't take sugar, never have. But I watched my hand reach for another sip anyway, like it knew something I'd forgotten. I set the mug down. My reflection stared back from the black monitor screen between shifts. Same tired eyes, same uniform, but the badge photo clipped to my chest looked slightly washed out, faded at the edges, like it had been deactivated 8 months ago. I touched my face. The reflection touched back. Jennifer walked behind me in the screen's surface, chatting on her phone, oblivious. Helen was already walking away. "Go home, Nathan. Get some sleep." I stood, picked up my coffee, drank again despite the wrongness. My fingers found the checkpoint scanner without thinking, muscle memory guiding me through the route I'd always known. I understood then. Standing in that lobby with morning sun streaming through glass doors. I'd been here before, not as the hunter, but as the one who'd waited in the dark, who'd learned every route, who'd slipped into an empty space and made it mine. The brownout. Floor 18. 8 months ago, I'd never left. And whoever had been wearing this badge before me, he was gone now, erased as cleanly as the sleeping bag on floor 32. Because there could only ever be one Nathan Graves working nights at Thornhill Tower. I scanned out at the front desk. The system beeped once. Normal. Clean. I stepped into the morning cold, and the sun felt like a memory from someone else's life. Behind me, the building rose 40 floors into pale sky. Tomorrow night, I'd be back, scanning checkpoints, walking empty halls, waiting to see who else might lose their badge in the dark. The voice on the phone was mine. I pressed the cold plastic against my ear and heard myself speak. Not an echo, not a recording, my voice, my exact cadence, the way I swallow before bad news. "Vincent," it said, "Platform 7, 6:23. The train derails." My hand trembled. The fluorescent lights above Platform 7 buzzed, casting everything in sickly yellow. I could smell the bleach from my last cleaning round, still wet on the concrete, mixed with something else. Something metallic I couldn't place. "Who is this?" "You know who this is." The line went dead. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice cut through the static, sharp and impatient. "Carver, you copy. I need debris cleared from Platform 7 before the morning train. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes until 6:23. I clipped the radio back to my belt. My breath came shallow. The station was empty at this hour, just me and the hum of distant ventilation. But I wasn't alone. I never was down here. What I didn't know then was that this call would be the first of many. I walked toward Platform 7, my boots echoing in the maintenance tunnel. Each step felt heavier than the last. The emergency lighting cast long shadows that seemed to move wrong, delayed, like they were following something else. That's when I saw it. A phone lying on the platform edge, screen glowing, ringing. I stepped closer. The sound pierced the silence, shrill and insistent. I bent down, read the caller ID. It said me, and the timestamp showed 6:19 a.m., exactly now. But the call had come in 4 minutes ago. My mind raced back to 5 nights earlier, when I first found it. 3 in the morning, Platform 7. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like dying insects, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made even my own hands look corpse pale. Cold down there, always cold even though it was June. I dragged my mop across the concrete, the bleach smell sharp in my nostrils, burning the back of my throat. That's when I saw it. A phone, just lying there on the platform edge. I set the mop against the wall, picked it up. The screen was still bright, fully charged. My thumb hovered over the power button, but the display lit up on its own. 1 missed call. Caller ID, ME. I blinked, squinted at the timestamp. 9:14 a.m., 6 hours ahead. Some drunk passenger must have messed with the settings before dropping it. That's what I told myself. That's what made sense. But here's what didn't make sense. What I didn't tell anyone. The phone was warm. Not room temperature. Warm. Like someone had just been holding it. The platform was empty. Had been empty for an hour. I turned it in to Brian at Lost and Found that morning, made some joke about passengers who couldn't hold their liquor. He tossed it in a cardboard box without even logging it, sloppy as always. I went home, slept, came back the next night, 3 a.m., platform 7. I started my sweep. And there it was again. Same phone, same spot. Same impossible glow in the darkness. I stopped breathing. The mop clattered to the floor, the sound echoing down the empty tunnel like a gunshot. Because this time I noticed something else. The missed call timestamp had changed, and what it showed made my blood run cold. I spent my lunch break in the archive room. The basement smelled like mildew and forgotten paperwork. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, flickering every few seconds. I pulled the Platform 7 incident reports going back 40 years. My hands shook as I turned pages. The paper felt brittle, cold. 3 derailments, all on Platform 7. October 5, 1984. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. June 12, 2002. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. March 9, 2015. 6:23 a.m. Track debris. The same time every single time. I wiped sweat from my forehead despite the chill. Can you imagine finding a pattern like that? Coincidence doesn't repeat with that kind of precision. I flipped through maintenance logs looking for what? I didn't know. Proof that I wasn't losing my mind, maybe. But what I found instead made everything worse. A log from 9 years ago. Routine cleaning schedule. Night shift assignments. I scanned the signatures at the bottom of each page. Different names, different handwriting. Then I stopped. My signature not similar, not close, exact. The way I looped the V in Vincent. The way I crossed my T's too high. My employee number beneath it. I never worked here 9 years ago. I was still married then, still living upstate. I didn't even move to the city until 6 years ago. My finger traced the ink. It didn't smudge. Wasn't a photocopy. Original pen. Original pressure marks on the paper. I checked the date again. Checked my own signature again. The archive room suddenly felt smaller. The lights buzzed louder. My breath came in short gasps. If I signed that log 9 years ago, then where was I? And what else had I forgotten? I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. Rachel's voice on the phone was sharp, skeptical. "You sound fine to me, Carver." "Stomach thing," I lied, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The fluorescent bulb overhead flickered once, twice. "I can't make it tonight," she sighed. "Fine, but I need documentation if this becomes a pattern. A pattern, if only she knew. I locked every door in my apartment, checked the windows, drew the blinds. At midnight, I sat on my couch with the lights on, watching infomercials with the volume turned up. The normalcy felt like a lifeline. People selling cookware. People buying things they didn't need. A world where time moved forward. At 2 a.m. the lights flickered. Not like before. This was different, slower, deliberate. The bulbs dimmed to amber, then surged back to white. The hum of electricity became a pulse. I stood, heart hammering against my ribs. The subway rumble started beneath my feet. Have you ever felt something that shouldn't exist? A vibration traveling through 6 floors of concrete and steel, climbing up through the foundation, rattling the coffee mug on my table. My building isn't near the subway. The nearest line runs 4 blocks east. The rumble grew louder. My phone rang. I looked at the screen. Caller ID, ME. My thumb hovered over the red button. I could answer. I could ignore it. What would you do? The ringing filled my apartment, too loud, too sharp, each tone drilling into my skull like a warning I couldn't decode. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped. The rumble stopped. The lights steadied. Silence wrapped around me like cold water, and for one desperate moment I thought I'd won. I was wrong. At 3 a.m., I opened my eyes. Cold air bit my exposed skin. The smell of bleach and damp concrete filled my lungs. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed in their familiar rhythm. My fingers gripped something solid, the handle of my cleaning cart. I stood on platform 7, holding my supplies, my uniform still on, my shoes still laced. I had no memory of leaving home, but what I found in my pocket would make me wish I'd answered that call. My hand found it before my mind did. The phone, smooth glass against my palm, still warm, still charged. I pulled it from my pocket under the flickering lights of platform 7 and something inside me snapped. The custodial office was empty at 3:15 in the morning. I grabbed the hammer from the tool cabinet, laid the phone on the concrete floor, raised the hammer high. The first strike sent cracks spiderwebbing across the screen. The sound echoed off metal lockers, sharp, final. I hit it again, again. Glass shattered into glittering pieces. The battery split open with a chemical smell that burned my nostrils. I kept swinging until my shoulder ached, until the phone was nothing but fragments and twisted metal and circuit board dust. Have you ever been so desperate you destroy the one thing that might give you answers? I scooped the pieces into a trash bag, walked to the compactor behind the maintenance room. The machine groaned as it swallowed the bag. I watched through the small window as the crusher descended, metal grinding against metal, a sound like bones breaking. The bag compressed into a flat, unrecognizable disc. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours. The rest of my shift passed in a haze of normalcy I hadn't felt in days. I mopped platform 4, restocked paper towels in the restrooms. Rachel's voice crackled over the radio at 5:30, asking about supply inventory. I answered with steady words, professional, grounded. At 6 a.m., I did my final sweep of platform 7, but what I found there would prove that some things refuse to stay broken. The phone sat on the bench, same spot as always. Screen intact, not a scratch. I picked it up with trembling fingers. Cold, impossibly cold, like it had been in a freezer, not freshly charged. I turned it over. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp had changed. It no longer read 6 hours ahead. It read 6:23 tomorrow. I stood there, staring at the phone in my hand. The timestamp glowed. 6:23 tomorrow, not 6 hours ahead anymore. You look different. The voice came from behind me, rough, like gravel scraped over concrete. I spun around. The homeless man stood 5 feet away. Jerry, I think someone had called him once. He smelled like old newspapers and rain-soaked wool. Different haircut, he said. His eyes didn't blink. But same face. Same name tag. My throat tightened. I don't. Vincent Carver. He pronounced each syllable carefully like he'd practiced. I remember you. The platform felt colder. Have you ever had someone look at you like they've seen your ghost? That's how Jerry stared. Not at me, through me. You don't know me, I said. I do. He stepped closer. His breath came in short, wheezing bursts. Seen you die 4 times now, always here. Always platform 7. He pointed one yellowed fingernail at the ground beneath our feet. Always at 6:23. My pulse hammered in my ears. The phone grew heavy in my palm. You're confused, I said. I've never, you have. Jerry reached into his coat. The fabric rustled. He pulled out a notebook, small, spiral-bound, the cover warped from moisture. He opened it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with dates, hundreds of them, all handwritten in cramped, desperate letters, all circled in red ink. But what I saw next made my knees buckle. Every single date was the same month, the same day, the same year, today's date. And beside each one in Jerry's shaking scrawl were 2 words repeated over and over: he died. He died. He died. How many times? Jerry's voice cracked. How many times are you going to let it happen? I could change it. If I couldn't escape the loop, maybe I could break it from the inside. The maintenance tunnels smelled like rust and old grease as I descended the access ladder near platform 7. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding the track switch mechanism. A metal box bolted to the tunnel wall, wires snaking into the concrete like veins. I yanked the manual override lever. Hard. The metal groaned, then clicked. The switch indicator light shifted from green to amber. Platform 7 was now disconnected from the 6:23 train route. Back in the custodial office, I filled out Form 412B with trembling hands. Track obstruction, structural concerns, recommend reroute until inspection complete. I checked every box that would force a delay. At 4:47 a.m., I radioed Rachel. Carver to supervisor. I need to file an emergency maintenance report. Her response came through laced with static. This better be legitimate, Vincent. Platform 7. Track switch shows signs of metal fatigue. Could be dangerous. Silence. Then, fine. I'll reschedule the 6:23 to 7 a.m. You're doing the inspection yourself tomorrow. I exhaled. For the first time in days, my chest didn't feel like it was being crushed. But the relief wouldn't last long. At 6:22 a.m., I stood on platform 4 watching the clock. 1 minute until the moment I always died. The station felt too quiet, too still. Then I heard it, a sharp metallic click echoing from the tunnels below. The same sound the track switch had made when I pulled it, only in reverse. My radio crackled to life. Rachel's voice, cold, mechanical, wrong somehow. Carver, I need you to clear debris from platform 7 before the 6:23 arrives. I looked at my watch. The schedule had changed back, and I realized something far worse than dying. I'd been trying to stop this before. The floor tilts beneath me. I blink, and I am standing on platform 4, mop in hand, squeezing dirty water into the bucket. The fluorescent lights hum their usual rhythm, but I am also still on platform 7, watching myself on platform 4, both places at once. My hands shake, both sets of them. The station stretches like taffy pulled too far. Platform 4 bleeds into platform 7. The walls curve wrong. The distance between them collapses and expands with each breath I take. Can you imagine feeling yourself exist in 2 places? Watching your own back while also being that person who doesn't know he's watched. I see myself walking toward the lost and found room. Yesterday, or last week. Time has lost its edges. Brian takes the phone from my hand. I watch it happen. I am handing it to him. His bored expression. The way he tosses it into a cardboard box without looking. But what I witnessed next shattered everything I thought I understood about the loop. I am answering the phone now. On platform 7. My own voice crackling through the speaker. Warning about the derailment. I watch my face go pale. I feel my face go pale, the same moment, different nights, all nights. The smell hits me, burning metal, acrid and sharp, coating my throat. The derailment, I hear it screeching. Twisting steel, screams that echo from nowhere and everywhere. The sound doesn't come from ahead of me. It comes from inside the walls, from beneath the tiles, from yesterday and tomorrow. It has already happened. It is always happening. The phone rings in my pocket. I never picked it up. It is there anyway. The station shudders. Every loop plays at once, stacked on top of each other like transparencies held to light. And then I see what Jerry meant when he said he watched me die. Reality snapped back. One point in time, one body, 6:22 a.m., platform 7. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed their usual sickly hum. Cold air pressed against my face, carrying the metallic taste of brake dust and old rust. My boots stood rooted to cracked tile. I was here, just here, not fragmented across platforms or looping through memories. Solid, present. The phone buzzed in my right pocket. I froze. My hand had been empty seconds ago, minutes ago. I couldn't remember picking it up. I never picked it up. The weight pressed against my thigh anyway, vibrating in steady pulses. Ring, ring, ring. Through the tunnel ahead, a distant rumble grew louder. The 6:23 Express. I felt it through the soles of my feet, that familiar tremor climbing up my legs, rattling my spine. Rachel's voice exploded from my radio. Vincent, debris on 7. Clear it now or we delay the whole goddamn morning rush, static crackled. Her words distorted, repeated. Clear it now, clear it now. The debris sat 15 feet ahead. Metal brackets, coiled wire, the same pile I'd seen for. How many loops? How many times had I walked toward it, bent down, cleared it away? But I didn't know which choice would break the cycle. The train's headlight appeared in the tunnel mouth, a white eye growing brighter. The rails began to sing, that high-pitched metal whine building toward 6:23. 1 minute, 60 seconds. 3 paths stretched before me like branches splitting. I could board the train, throw myself into its path or through its doors, force something different. I could clear the debris, do my job, follow protocol, let the loop continue. Or I could run, leave the phone behind, abandon the platform, escape whatever held me here. What would you do? Knowing every choice might seal you into this moment forever. The phone kept ringing. My own voice waited on the other end, warning me, or lying to me. I didn't know anymore which version of myself to trust. The train was 30 seconds away. The platform trembled. Rachel's static voice repeated clearance demands. My hand hovered near my pocket, near the debris, near the stairwell leading up and out. And that's when I realized the truth. Whatever choice I made at 6:23 had already been made, was always being made, would never stop being made. I reached forward. I pulled the phone from my pocket. The screen glowed against the darkness. The train's headlights swept around the curve, closer now. I could hear the wheels screaming against the rails. I dropped it. The phone clattered onto the tracks. Lay there. Still ringing, I stepped back. 6:23. The train hit the phone dead center. A burst of white sparks exploded outward, so bright I had to shield my eyes. The smell of burning electronics filled the platform. Acrid, chemical, wrong. The train wheels shrieked. Metal grinding metal. My chest tightened. Waited for the derailment. Waited for the sound of cars folding like paper. But the train passed safely. The tail lights disappeared into the tunnel. Silence rushed back in. Cold air settled on my skin. I exhaled. Didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. Rachel's voice crackled on the radio. "Carver, morning shift's here, you're clear." My shift ended. I went home, slept for the first time in days. Dreamless, heavy. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my apartment window. Real sunlight. I made coffee, watched the clock, felt normal, but what I didn't know then would change everything. The next night I returned to work, midnight shift. Same routine, same platforms. I told myself it was over, that dropping the phone had broken something, fixed something. At 3 a.m. I walked past platform 7 during my sweep. A phone sat on the bench. I stopped, stared at it. Fully charged, screen glowing in the dim fluorescent light. I picked it up with trembling fingers. One missed call. Caller ID, ME. The timestamp read 6:23 a.m. today, 6 hours from now. The cycle hadn't ended. It had never ended. What would you do, knowing every choice leads back here? Knowing you'll stand on this platform forever, holding this phone, watching that train approach. I pressed the phone to my ear. It was already ringing. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it. Once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel, too strong, like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him, standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead. A man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Bay 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real, solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the fourth ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log. Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication." "Alice, I'm standing next to, document it in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow. Pixel by pixel, there it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I'd touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. "You're still up." Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. "I need to figure this out." "You need help, Grant." Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. "You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist." "It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know." She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. "Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay." I wanted to explain, to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. "Sarah," she paused, didn't turn around. "I can't watch you disappear again," she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid. And something else. avgas, sharp and chemical, but the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination. Nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking. The same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m., tomorrow, and I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish. My handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N-7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot's seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 647 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled. Waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through Federal Aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N-7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine. standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine, the way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher, weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands, held it under my desk lamp, stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open, page after page, my handwriting. Every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical, same time, same destination, same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page, December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished, the pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page, just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist, and that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing. The Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me, but younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before, like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date, but I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green, yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky. Endless, black, and the radio voice. I finally recognize it now. The cadence. The tremor buried under the calm. It's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983, my birth date, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again, my voice, speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. Oh God, I am speaking. I am listening. both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger. He's the next loop. Or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again. Flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017. Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat. It tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit, air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds around the wings. The hangar is empty now. The logbook lies open on the metal desk. Tomorrow's date, my handwriting. Departure 6:47. Destination nowhere. Final approach, always. The photo shouldn't exist, but there it is, lying in the center of 8 pallets arranged in a perfect circle. The frame is the cheap black plastic one from my kitchen counter. The picture inside shows Kelly and Amy at the breakfast table, morning light through the yellow curtains, Amy holding up a crayon drawing. I took that photo yesterday, on my phone. It never left my phone. The concrete floor is ice cold through my boots. The warehouse stretches 200,000 square feet around me, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting everything in sickly white. Diesel fumes mix with cardboard dust, the smell I've breathed for 6 years. But tonight it smells wrong, metallic, like blood before you taste it. I crouch down, pick up the frame, still warm. My hands start shaking. I check my phone. The photo is there, right where it should be. Taken at 7:23 a.m. yesterday, never sent, never printed. I look at the frame again, at my wife's smile frozen behind scratched plastic, at my daughter's gap-toothed grin. Someone was in my house. Someone printed this. Someone has been here, but what I still didn't understand yet was that someone was me. Behind me, a forklift roars to life. The sound rips through the silence like a chainsaw. 2 tons of machinery, engines screaming, tires squealing against concrete. I spin around. Oh, the forklift barrels down the main aisle, 40 feet away, 30. The overhead cage rattles, forks lowered like tusks. And I see the driver. And no, it's me. Same warehouse jacket, same boots, same face, but the eyes are black, completely black, vacant, empty. The thing wearing my face doesn't blink, doesn't swerve, doesn't slow down. It drives straight toward me. And what happened in the next 3 seconds would determine if I ever left this warehouse alive. My mind raced back 3 weeks before the photograph, before the black-eyed thing wearing my face. The shift started like any other. 10 p.m. I clocked in at Midwest Logistics, my footsteps echoing across 200,000 square feet of concrete and darkness. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed their familiar hymn. I was alone, always alone on graveyard shift since Rick Salazar quit. I liked it that way. The first few hours passed in rhythm. Forklift, scan, stack, repeat. The smell of diesel and cardboard clung to my clothes, my skin, the back of my throat. Cold air leaked through the loading dock seams, winter pressing against metal walls. Around 4 a.m. I heard it, a forklift engine, running hard. The sound came from the far side of the warehouse, near the damaged goods section where the lights barely reached. The beeping, that reverse warning beep, echoing between the aisles, but I was the only one here. I set down my scanner, listened. The engine roared, then idled, then roared again. Someone was operating a machine in my building. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. My boots scraped concrete. Each aisle I passed, the beam cut through towers of pallets stacked 15 feet high. Shadows danced. The forklift sound grew louder, closer, then suddenly stopped. Complete silence. I walked faster, checked every machine in the fleet. 12 forklifts, all parked in their charging stations. I pressed my palm against each engine block. Cold, every single one. But that wasn't the strangest part. What I didn't know then, what I wouldn't discover until the security footage, was that at exactly 3:47 a.m., something had started watching me back. I found the circle just past dawn. The damaged goods section smelled like diesel and wet cardboard. I'd been avoiding it all night, but something pulled me back there. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in that way that makes your skull ache. 8 pallets, arranged in a perfect circle. My boots stopped on cold concrete. The pallets were identical. Wooden, standard size, nothing special. But the precision. Can you imagine standing there, staring at geometry that shouldn't exist in a place like this? Each one spaced exactly the same distance apart. Each one turned at the exact same angle. Inside the circle, boxes were stacked. Not random, deliberate. They spelled my name. Marcus. My hands started shaking. I pulled out my phone and called Darren. He answered on the 5th ring, voice rough with sleep and irritation. "This better be good. You need to come in." My voice didn't sound like mine. Some things just come in. He arrived 20 minutes later, boots echoing across the warehouse floor. He looked at the circle, looked at me, sighed like I'd wasted his time. "So you got creative on the night shift." "I didn't, Marcus." He pulled out his phone, thumbed through screens. Access logs. Building was locked from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., just you. Nobody else swiped in. He looked up. "Just you." The boxes with my name stared back at us. "I didn't do this." Darren's jaw tightened. For just a second, something flickered behind his eyes, not confusion, recognition. "Go home," he said. "We'll talk Monday." He walked away before I could argue, leaving me alone with the circle and the cold certainty settling in my chest. But what the logs didn't show, what neither of us could explain yet, was how the pallets were still warm when I touched them. Darren didn't leave. I heard his boots scrape concrete behind me as I touched the warm pallets, and when I turned, he was staring at his phone with the expression of a man who'd found exactly what he feared. "Come with me," he said. The office smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner. Darren pulled up the security software on his desktop, fingers moving too quickly, like he'd done this before. The monitor's glow made his face look hollow. 3:47 a.m., he muttered, scrolling through the timeline. Always 3:47. Always. The footage loaded. Black and white. Wide angle from camera 7, overlooking the damaged goods section. For a few seconds, nothing moved except the timestamp in the corner, and then I walked into frame. My throat tightened. On screen, I moved with perfect efficiency. No hesitation. I lifted the first pallet and carried it to the center of the aisle, set it down, returned for the next one. My arms swung at mechanical angles. My head never turned. 32 minutes of this, lifting, walking, arranging, and my face. Oh God, my face was completely blank. That's not, I started, but my voice cracked. Darren fast-forwarded. The timestamp blurred, but on screen I never stopped, never slowed. At 4:19 a.m. I placed the final pallet, stepped back to examine the circle, then walked out of frame. 2 minutes later, I re-entered and stacked the boxes spelling my name. But the strangest part hadn't even registered yet. I don't remember any of this, I whispered. Darren paused the video. My face filled the screen, caught mid-turn. My eyes were open, focused on something beyond the camera, beyond the warehouse. Take the week off, Marcus. I was here. I was awake. I'd take the week. He ejected a thumb drive from the computer and pocketed it before I could ask why he was keeping a copy. His hand shook just enough for me to notice. Go home to your family, Darren said, not meeting my eyes. And whatever you do, don't come back at night. The drive home should have taken 20 minutes. I don't remember any of it. When I pulled into my driveway, the dashboard clock read 11:15 a.m., but the last time I'd looked, it was 9:30. Somewhere, I'd lost an hour and 45 minutes. The house smelled like coffee and cinnamon toast. Warm, safe, everything the warehouse wasn't. Kelly stood at the kitchen counter, still in her scrubs from her shift. She turned when I walked in and her face did that thing. That careful arrangement of concern trying to look casual. You're home early, she said. I set my keys on the counter. Darren gave me the week off. Gave you off or sent you home. My throat tightened. Does it matter? She crossed the small kitchen and touched my arm. Her fingers were warm, too warm, like the difference would burn. Marcus, are you okay? Would you lie to someone you loved if the truth sounded insane? I'm fine, I said. Just tired. Kelly's hand dropped. She studied my face the way nurses do, reading vital signs and expressions. You've been talking in your sleep. Everyone talks in their sleep. Not like this. She moved to the coffee maker, poured me a cup I didn't ask for. The steam curled between us. You've been saying numbers, grid coordinates, B7, F12, over and over for hours. The warehouse grid system. My chest went cold. And, Kelly hesitated. You've been saying your own name, just Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. Like you're trying to remember who you are. I wrapped both hands around the mug to stop them shaking. The heat bit into my palms. What do you say when your subconscious is mapping a building you can't remember walking through? But what Kelly told me next, that changed everything. Before I could answer, Amy padded into the kitchen in her sock feet, clutching a piece of construction paper. 8 years old, dark hair tangled from playing. She saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Daddy, you're home. Hey, sweetheart. I crouched down, tried to smile back. She held out the paper. I drew you. The drawing was in crayon, simple. A stick figure man standing in the middle of the page. Around him, carefully colored rectangles formed a perfect circle. 8 of them. Inside the circle, letters spelled out in wobbly child handwriting. Marcus. My hands went numb. That's really good, Amy. You were at work, she said quietly. I saw you. Kelly's breath caught. Amy, honey, you've never been to Daddy's work. Amy looked up at me. Her eyes were too old, too knowing. I saw him last night, she whispered. In my dream, he was building something, and he couldn't stop. I parked behind the warehouse at 2 a.m. Darren told me not to come back. Kelly wanted me home. I came anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed above empty loading docks, casting their sick yellow glow across 200,000 square feet of nothing. Diesel and cardboard, always that smell. I walked the aisles alone, checked the damaged goods section. No new circles, no pallets spelling my name, just silence, and the cold concrete under my boots. Around 3:30 I found it. A pallet near the back corner. Single box on top, and resting on that box, a wedding ring. My wedding ring. I looked at my left hand. The ring sat there, right where it always was. Gold band scratched from 8 years of marriage and manual labor. I rubbed my thumb over it, still there, still solid. But what I'd seen across the warehouse couldn't be denied. I walked back to the pallet, stood over the ring. It looked identical, same scratches, same worn groove on the inside where my knuckle pressed. Can you imagine finding a piece of yourself in a place it shouldn't be? I picked it up. Warm, not room temperature. Not cold like metal sitting in a 50-degree warehouse all night. Warm like someone had just taken it off their finger. Like body heat still clung to the gold. My hand started shaking. I put the ring in my pocket. The weight felt wrong, too heavy. Like carrying proof of something impossible. 4 a.m. arrived with a sound I'd been dreading. The forklift, hydraulic hiss, engine rumble, somewhere deep in the aisles behind me, wheels rolling across concrete. Getting closer. I turned toward the noise, heart hammering against my ribs. And that's when I realized the engine sound wasn't moving toward me anymore. It was circling. The engine stopped. I stood there, breath held, waiting for the hydraulic hiss, the crunch of tires on concrete. Nothing. Silence pressed against my eardrums harder than the noise had. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, suddenly too loud. And I realized the forklift had vanished as impossibly as it had appeared. My legs trembled as I moved toward the back corner where the sound had been circling. The duplicate ring in my pocket knocked against my thigh with each step, a warm reminder that something was deeply, horribly wrong. That's when I saw it. A new circle. 8 pallets arranged in perfect geometry, but this time, different. Inside sat a blue sleeping bag, unrolled and rumpled, a pillow with a visible head impression, and propped against a cardboard box, a framed photograph. I knew that photo. I'd taken it yesterday morning in our kitchen. Kelly laughing at something Amy said, sunlight catching her hair just right. I'd snapped it with my phone while pouring coffee, a stolen moment before my shift. But what I found made my throat close. The frame was real. Glass cold against my shaking fingers. Professional print, not some warehouse printer. I fumbled for my phone, swiped to my camera roll. The photo was still there. Same image. Never sent, never uploaded, never printed. Someone had gone into my phone, into my kitchen. Someone had printed this, framed it, brought it here. The sleeping bag smelled like home, that lavender fabric softener Kelly uses. Not diesel, not cardboard, home. I pressed my palm to the pillow, still warm. Someone was living here, in this warehouse, in these circles. Can you imagine the moment you realize the truth? When your mind fights what your body already knows. Someone is me. But if I'm standing here now, then where was I yesterday morning when this was printed? I swallowed 4 caffeine pills dry. The bitterness coated my throat, chalky and chemical, burning all the way down. My hands shook as I dropped the bottle onto the break room table, pills rattling like dice in a cup. I wouldn't sleep, couldn't sleep. If I stayed awake, if I watched myself, maybe I'd understand. The security monitor glowed blue in the corner, cycling through 12 camera feeds every 8 seconds. I pulled the metal chair closer, the legs scraping concrete, and sat with my eyes locked on the screen. The time in the corner read 2:18 a.m., 1 hour and 29 minutes until 3:47. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment you'd stop being yourself, would you watch it happen? The fluorescent lights above me hummed their constant electric prayer. I focused on my breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, trying to anchor myself to something real. The monitor flickered. Camera 3 showed the back corner. The circle of pallets sat empty in grainy black and white. Camera 7 showed the break room, showed me, sitting there, staring at the screen. I blinked. On the monitor, I blinked a half second later. The time crawled forward. 3:12, 3:26, 3:39. My heart hammered against my ribs. Cold sweat traced my spine despite the warehouse chill. I leaned closer to the screen until my breath fogged the glass. 3:46, 3:47. On camera 7, I watched myself stand up. My chair, no, the other me's chair, scraped backward. But I was still sitting, still here, still watching. The figure on screen moved toward the door, smooth, mechanical, and then he turned and looked directly at the camera. His eyes were mine, but empty, completely empty. I screamed at the screen. But what I discovered in Darren's office would prove the warehouse had done this before. I don't remember deciding to go into Darren's office, but I'm there. The caffeine hums in my veins like the fluorescent lights overhead, and my hands are already pulling open the metal file cabinet. The drawer screeches. That sound cuts through the warehouse silence, and for a second I freeze, waiting for something to respond. Nothing does. The files smell like old paper and dust. My fingers shake as I flip through personnel folders. Anderson, Chen, Morales. The names blur together until Salazar, Rick. The folder is thicker than the others. I spread it across Darren's desk and the pages whisper against the laminate surface. Employment application, safety certifications, performance reviews, all standard, but then a medical note, stapled. The paper feels brittle under my thumb. Employee experienced severe dissociative episodes during night shifts. Recommended immediate leave. Patient reports lost time, autonomic behavior, inability to recall work activities. My mouth tastes like burnt metal and leftover caffeine. The symptoms match mine, word for word. Have you ever read your own nightmare written in someone else's handwriting? I flip to the final time card. The ink is faded, but the numbers are clear. Rick Salazar clocked in on March 14th at 11 p.m. The clockout column is blank, But someone, Darren, maybe, wrote in pencil at the bottom, found on premises 72 hours later. Unresponsive, refused to leave building. 72 hours, 3 full days and nights. But what made Rick finally stop? That's the question that gnawed at me as I stared at his signature on the separation agreement. The handwriting looked familiar, too familiar. The way he looped his capital R, the same way I did. And that's when I noticed the date Rick quit. 8 months ago. The exact week they assigned me to night shift. I stand in the circle at 3:47 a.m. The warehouse hums around me. That low-frequency vibration in the concrete floor. I feel it in my teeth, in my bones. The forklift keys dig into my palm, sharp and real. The smell of diesel and cardboard wraps around me like a blanket I never asked for. My phone buzzes. Kelly, when are you coming home? Home. The word feels foreign, like a language I used to speak. I look at the pallets surrounding me, 8 of them, perfect spacing. My hands ache to adjust the one on the left, 2 inches counterclockwise. The need crawls under my skin like insects. Can you imagine that? Needing to move boxes more than you need to breathe. But what I understood in that moment would change everything. Rick Salazar stood here too, 8 months ago. He felt this same pull, this same hum. The warehouse found him. And when it finished with him, it threw him away and waited. Waited for me to take the night shift. Waited for 3:47 a.m. I wasn't special. I was just available. My phone buzzes again. Amy drew you another picture today. Please come home, Amy. I remember her last drawing on the fridge. Daddy surrounded by boxes, the boxes forming a circle. She saw this coming before I did. Kids always know, don't they? They see the truth adults refuse to acknowledge. And that's when I realized what Rick never did. The warehouse doesn't keep you. You keep yourself. I dropped the keys. They clattered on the cold concrete, the sound echoing through 200,000 square feet of empty space. My hand found my phone instead. On my way, I typed. The hum grew louder, angry maybe, or maybe just indifferent. I walked toward the exit. Each step felt like tearing duct tape off skin. Behind me, the circle waited for someone else. It always does. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, But the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me, thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead. Steady, rhythmic, too rhythmic, drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed. Guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning, your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh, oh God, the metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm. Metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corrine, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions." "Understood." "I'm serious, Blake," she leaned forward. "You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up." "What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace?" I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect. 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34, hired 8 months prior, vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Kareen's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. "You," she whispered. "You look just like Garrett." The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Kareen toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Kareen called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Kareen was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong, I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning, same muddy boot prints, same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped, flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone, same olive canvas, same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly, and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark? The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer. Reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under mine. Under our fingernails, bleeding and broken, Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. "Can you hear me?" His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there. Like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body, but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this, not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Corinne's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago, the same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago, and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I'd done this before, not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. "Help," my voice cracked. "Someone, please." But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy, an ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. "You have to go back," he whispered. "Seal it. Forget. Start again." And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now, and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum, and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. "Blake," she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you." "I'm fine." I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours." "Corrine, I know you don't remember." Her voice cracks. "Just promise me." She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean, only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone. My handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended.